Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I talk to people about politics who call in on TikTok Live. If you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, you'll find a pinned comment at the top of the comments below telling you when the calls start, as well as some more comprehensive timestamps in the description below. Got a couple of new things we're working on today, so let me make sure that we've got the backup accounts in the corner. I think we're going to try to do both today. I think that's going to work. Let's see. Let's request on there. So many phones. We got Jessie in the producer seat today, but she absconded to the bathroom just as the show was starting. So L Jessie on that. Gotcha. Oh, I think I hear her coming back. Let's see. Can I get the multi-guest request queue open? I always forget there's a delay on it when we're new, or when we're just getting started. Get open.
You had to let them know that I was in the bathroom.
Yes, I had to let them know that you were in the bathroom. That's very important. All right, let's get this.
Out of frame.
There we go. And then this one.
Did you steal the phone back?
I did. Here, you can. There you go. Alrighty then. Let's get this moved over here. And is there any news today? Anything new happen? Is Mitch McConnell alive? Have we heard about that?
No Mitch.
No Mitch McConnell. He's not alive.
Yeah, I don't.
Best we can tell.
Don't think anything's new.
Thank you, Chris. Chris sent me $50 on Venmo at some point in the middle of the night. He said, "Thank you for your dedication. Really enjoy your content." I'm always picturing somebody who's just like listening to the VOD, listening to me yap and do the ad read and saying, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to send this guy $50. So Chris, if you're listening, thank you very much for the $50. We're going to spend it on, production value. If we maybe gather up some of that or get some new gear or something, I don't know. But I don't think there was much in the way of news today. Did you see anything on the Discord?
No.
I still completely cannot understand at all like why Andy Bashir sent the letter threatening Mitch McConnell about his lack of presence in the public and then just didn't do anything about it. I know that it's pageantry. I know that politics runs on strongly worded letters that don't fucking mean anything. But why bother? We've already got a super chat from Goblin Bags over on YouTube. He sent $5 to say, "Piece of shit, brought to you by Chuddin' Out. The next time you want to be gross and troll because you're sad inside, try Chuddin' Out." POS, is that what it was supposed to be? Piece of shit? I don't know. Thank you, Goblin Bags. I appreciate you. Good morning, everybody. We've got the mods here. We've got Celestial Darkness and Jen, and we've got Pudgy, all the regulars. Kevin is here. Got some new people I don't see. Securitron. That's a new username. I haven't seen that one before. We've got, who else? Oh, that's all the way at the beginning. We've got Canadian Vicky. Case Amigo. That's a new username. Kronos is here. Jazz is here. Hi-Fi Mike is here. Excellent. I want to get into some calls. It's a Saturday, and it actually hadn't occurred to me until very, very recently that we're going to lose a bunch of viewership when school starts, right? We'll find out exactly. Yeah, somebody mentioned in a donation message, I think yesterday, that they were sad that they're going to be not able to tune in live because of school, and I just was thinking like, oh my God, I haven't even considered that. We did notice a bit of a change in how the show went when school let out back in June. Holy shit, what is going over on YouTube? Somi Homie sent 10 gift memberships. That's excellent. That means there's 10 more people who get to be in the members only stream, which we're going to do Sunday evening. We do that every Sunday evening after we do the evening show on YouTube only at 7 p.m. Central Time, and then we do the members only at 9 p.m. And we just like hang out, answer questions and stuff like that. So there's 10 more people who get to be involved in that. Welcome. Brand Does Metal sent $2 to say, "I watch Oscar's show to hear words like absconded." I love the word absconded. It's one of my favorites. I do whip it out when I get the opportunity. Lover of Life sent $2 to say, "Spend it on Cam for Jessie and Raven." We actually have the gear in this room necessary.
No, that's so funny because can we since there's not a lot of viewers right now, I'm going to stand in frame for one moment so you can see why that's a terrible idea.
Are you just trying to show that you just rolled out of bed? You're looking like a zombie on today's episode. Got Jessie lurking in the back. Just sit in the corner. Go sit in the corner. No, can you sit down? There we go. Yeah, we're just gonna have Jessie sit over there. Are you even visible on YouTube? Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. Oh man. So yeah, that's the new framing. Jessie's gonna sit in the corner. Oh man.
Go back.
You're frightening me. You can go back to the producer's desk. That's fine. We should get a producer's desk camera, because well, I mean, we have other webcams. We can just point it over there. Let's see. You should get me a water. Oh, look at that. I still have my alarm going. Nurse Elliot, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Nurse Elliot said, "Good morning, friends. Myself and all of my peers in critical care EMS would like to agree Mitchie has passed and is, and just saying, looking up at his XOXO Gossip Girl." There's part of me that thinks sometimes we're not going to fucking weekend at Bernie's a senator, but then we go and fucking weekend at Bernie's a senator, and I just find that to be truly remarkable. I don't know. I'm at a complete loss for words for the fact that we take ourselves so unseriously in this country that a governor can send a letter about that sort of thing. I don't know. If you want to support the show and you don't want to send me money, that's fine. You could just make sure that you're following both of these backup accounts that we have in the corner. That would be really helpful for the show, so that when this account gets banned, you'll be able to watch it somewhere. Also, there's other places that you can follow me if you're not interested in just following me on TikTok and YouTube. YouTube would be great if you're watching on TikTok. If you could go follow me on YouTube, 9,552 followers as of this exact moment. So I'm pretty excited about 10K. It's pretty cool that we I don't know. There was like a long time where, like, I wish I could go tell like teenage me, like, you're going to have 10,000 YouTube followers. It's totally cool. I, at the time, wouldn't have cared that I was going to have 100,000 Instagram followers. But I do. And that's very exciting. So thanks for everybody over there. And then Facebook is creeping up along as well. What do we got on there? Oh, where is my follower count? 97,127 on the way to 100K. Oh, thank you, Jessie. But, I don't know. Where are the callers? Oh, we're only 7 minutes into the show. Can't see the sign. Do I need to move it a little bit? I got to figure out exactly how to get this framed for everybody. Everybody's phone is a little bit different. So the exact positioning of the sign in terms of where the edge of your screen is, if you're watching this vertically on TikTok, is a little bit different. It says a little bit more. This is the new angle. So take screenshots and send them to me on Discord so I can. I feel like that's way too close to center. That can't be right. I'm also looking at it on a different phone screen, and it's definitely a little too close to center. Wu-Tang is bummed that they can only catch me on the weekends. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of people after school starts, because we don't allow children on the show. We don't talk about politics with kids, but I guess I'm okay with the fact that younger people do watch the show. I feel a little bit of conflict about that, because it's just, I don't even know what the right way to engage with children about politics is. I feel like you should get politically educated so that you can become a politically educated voter when you turn 18. But when I think about my childhood and the way that, like, I was surrounded by very traditional Democrats growing up in New York, I did kind of get the sense that, like, people were just telling me to be a Democrat. And I can look back at, like, middle school and maybe some of the way that I was exposed to politics then, and it's like, yeah, I don't actually really like the messaging that I got. I'm not that gung-ho about the Democrats these days, so I kind of got away from that indoctrination, but it was definitely there. We're going to talk to Maichi Berrysack. I knew it was a joke. I kind of like the username gags. It's like the crank calls to Mo Sislak in The Simpsons. I like it. But we're gonna see if this is a serious call. Hello, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 40.
40. Alright, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because, I mean, why not?
I just don't think he's a very good president.
Well, I think he's doing a much better job than Biden did.
What time is it?
What do you mean?
What time is it where you are right now?
Right now, it's 5 o'clock.
Okay, so are you an American?
No, listen, I wanted to portray a question to you. Okay. It doesn't matter where I am. I'm trying to portray a question.
Well, I mean, it matters whether or not you're talking about the president of the country that you live in or the president of a country that 350 million other people live in. I think that matters in terms of what you might care about in terms of how good a job the president's doing.
So let me, Oscar, portray to you the exact same situation of what you have in America is going on in South Africa with the Dodula and March and March, okay? So are you saying that the black South Africans don't have a right to...
Okay, hold on. Sorry a second. Give me just a second. My YouTube viewers can't hear you, and I want to make sure that we get that fixed. I saw the chat moving quickly, and I did not notice what was going on. Should be this one, though. Can you give me a sound check, caller? Can you just say something?
Oh, me, yeah.
All right, got it fixed. Sorry about that, YouTube. This is a caller who is... could you just repeat the what you said? It's 5 o'clock. Are you in South Africa? Is that where you are?
I'm in South Africa, but I'm an immigrant here in South Africa.
Okay, you're an immigrant in South Africa who supports Trump.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so let me explain to you. If you,
it's worth noting that the only immigrants that Donald Trump treats well appear to be South Africans coming to America.
I mean, okay, let's carry on with what I was saying. So,
okay,
do you know that the black South Africans in organizations that are not government controlled, they are literally organizations built up by citizens that are doing mass deportation of immigrants that illegally gain entrance into South Africa.
Sorry. I'm not hearing anything about why Trump is a good president. Like, I'm not interested in sitting here and talking about South.
You anti-border control?
I am in favor of reasonable border control policies. It's just that this is a show about American politics, not South African politics. South Africa is a little bit relevant to our politics.
You can't make a comparison.
I can make a comparison, but I'm not gonna. I don't think it's a good use of showtime to consider some analogy with South Africa for American politics right now. Why do you think what Trump is doing is good? Why do you care as a South African?
Because you have undocumented immigrants.
Okay, why do you care about that?
Because the same thing in South Africa, undocumented immigrants are being deported.
I don't think that you can compare the effect that I don't think that you can compare the effects that an undocumented immigrant population have on one country over another. It's actually one of the criticisms that I have of people who talk about like immigrant issues in France or England or Spain. I don't think that they compare very well. I think you have to actually look at the way that they affect the socioeconomics of the place that they are. And I have a lot of thoughts and opinions about illegal immigrants in America, and I don't apply them unilaterally to illegal immigrants elsewhere on the planet because I don't understand the socioeconomics of other countries as well as I do this one. So no, I'm not at all interested in what you think about illegal immigrants in South Africa. Not one bit.
So you can't make a comparison at all?
I can make a comparison. I'm just not interested in making that comparison because I don't think it serves the mission statement of the show, which is to understand American politics.
It's also to understand the effects of the undocumented immigrants. Because at the end of the day, yes, you want to abuse them. You want to use them for low wage income, do your dirty jobs, clean out your sewers, do all the jobs that you don't want to go do. So that to me,
I mean,
is,
what do you mean? What do you mean?
That is a supremacy ideology.
What is a supremacy ideology?
That you want these immigrants to come in and do all the low jobs like pick cotton. Like, come on, my man.
I'm sorry. I don't think you know anything about me.
Racist.
Yeah, people keep accusing. So people make this accusation that because illegal immigrants aren't treated particularly well in our labor force, that because I don't want them to be deported, I am therefore racist and want them to be exploited in the labor force. I don't really understand that when I'm actually somebody who advocates for excuse me, I'm not done answering to your accusation that I'm racist, Mr. White South African. I'm not going to let you interrupt me. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. If you want to make that, if you want to make that comparison, okay?
I told you already, I'm immigrant. I'm not a South African.
Why have you called into my show? Why does this matter to you, dude?
You cannot make a logical comparison and defend your narrative.
Okay. What am I missing?
Yeah, it just sounds super racist.
No, right. So you're telling me I'm racist because illegal immigrants are exploited in this country when my concern is actually that laborers generally are exploited.
You are exploiting immigrants.
Now that I'm responding to it, you're interrupting me. Can I fucking respond to it or not?
Go for it.
Okay, so I don't like that laborers are exploited in this country. That's a huge problem. 60% of people in this country live paycheck to paycheck. I consider that a massive problem. People who are disadvantaged in some way, whether it's because they're an illegal immigrant, because they have a criminal record, because they're a minority, because they grew up in an impoverished neighborhood, because they're not well educated, whatever the reason is that you're at the bottom end of the labor force, you're going to be abused more than everybody else. The fact that illegal immigrants are tied up in that doesn't really bear on my opinion about whether or not they should be deported. And I deplore individuals who call me racist for wanting them to stay, because the idea that I'm the racist for wanting them to stay and get better labor practices, and the person telling me that they should be fucking deported, their worst nightmare should come true. They should have an armed man come to their house, abduct them, and ship them to a country they don't want to go to. The person who wants that to happen to them is telling me that I'm racist for wanting them to stay because labor practices here aren't perfect, even though I want those labor practices to improve not just for the illegal immigrant, but for everybody. Nonsense. I don't accept it, and I don't accept that people who make that argument aren't themselves racist.
Are you done?
Yep.
Okay. So you saying that the black South Africans are racist for wanting their own infrastructure?
I don't think you listened to what I just said.
No, because you do. You label them xenophobic.
I'm sorry. Are you going to respond to what I just said?
You label them xenophobic.
Accused me of being racist. I responded. Please respond to the accusation to my rebuttal.
I've responded. I've responded with a counter narrative there, like a counter
keep her kick
analogy.
Chat. Let me know.
A counter analogy.
I'll keep trying if the chat wants me to.
Label black South Africans as xenophobic instead of actually making the comparison and seeing that the black South Africans want the infrastructure of South Africa for South Africans.
You see all the kicks rolling in?
Not for these illegal immigrants.
Can you look down at this bottom of your screen? Can you see all the kicks rolling in?
Do you know that these illegal immigrants come in?
Do you see all of the kicks rolling in?
Do you understand that these immigrants come in with substances?
I was gonna kick him either way, everybody. I just wanted to farm some engagement on the way out.
Spewing racist stuff on his way out and then accusing you of being racist.
Yeah.
This is an American politics show.
Also, the sound wasn't dialed on YouTube, so I was half spending my attention during that call, like setting up compression for the caller on YouTube. So hopefully that's fixed. We'll have to fix that in post. We'll have to use the TikTok audio for the first half of that call. So yeah, with like 40% of my attention, I just whoopsie daisy didn't quite cook them as hard as I could have. But I mean, seriously, every now and then a talking point turns up and it comes around, and we spend a lot of time on the show dealing with a particular attack. And one of them is that I am racist for wanting illegal immigrants to stay because they are mistreated by capitalism in this country. The irony of this accusation is fucking hilarious, because it is the team that I am against in this, the team that wants to deport them versus me, the team that doesn't want to deport them. They are the ones who are gung-ho about capitalism. They are the ones who want to preserve the status quo that makes labor so miserable for so many people in this country. And they are the people who want those people's worst fucking nightmare to come true. And I just actually want their lives to be better. So like, it's just such a fucking, on the face of it, obviously, self-evidently disingenuous way to attack a person. If you're going to call me racist for wanting what these people want instead of wanting something else for them, that's fucking bananas. Thank you very much, Kelly, for the $2 on Venmo. Jessie has the vibes of that girl crawling out of the well in the ring today, but in a good way. She has those vibes quite often.
That's really kind of you to say, Oscar.
Fuck you, Jessie. I love you.
Really kind of you to say.
You embrace it. Come on. Don't tell me that you don't try to channel your inner ring girl vibes when you're like on stage.
I was just gonna say I'm playing a show later today, and there's definitely a song or two where I just like let my hair fall in front of my face, and I do feel like that girl from the ring. The audience hates it, I think. I don't know. I look terrifying up there. It brings me great joy. But here's our monthly reminder that Oskar used to be dirt shoveler at Dirt Factory. So that rhetoric that you just want them to do the low income jobs. No.
I did used to shovel dirt ingredients at the Dirt Factory. I shoveled the aggregate material into a hole in the floor that a giant machine that could crush me if somebody accidentally turned it on while I was crawling around inside of it, fixing it. They don't pay you anymore at the Dirt Factory if you're the guy who knows how to fix the machines. You just end up being the guy who fixes the machine when everybody else takes a break. That's what labor's like in this country. Chris, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. See the news about Trump's crypto being approved as a bank? Blatant corruption. Money, money, money. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't hear that. That sounds corrupt. I'm sure there's something in the Discord that I missed about that. But we've got some callers in the queue. We're going to talk to the period. Hey, Tina, thank you for the draft. I appreciate you. We're going to talk to a period. We're going to see if, hey, what's up? Can't hear you. You don't have any audio, and I don't know why your camera's on. Hello? Okay, fuck you too. Anything else? Okay, goodbye.
Did he think that was insulting? I was like, what are we...
Yeah, it's just, I mean, there's that petition floating around to get TikTok to make it so that hosts can disable people from starting with their cameras turned on, because I have no control over if somebody turns their camera on. I can send them the invite, which gives them a pop-up to click to turn on their camera, but they can still just turn their camera on their own if they want. So what do we have today? We have a person from South Africa who loves Trump, which is unsurprising, and a child giving me the middle finger. That's what we've got so far. Matt, Rockin' Librarian. It says we're friends. Are we actually friends? Yes, we are. I think so. How you doing, Matt?
Hey, how you doing?
Wasn't sure which Matt you were for a second.
No, I won't stay. I'm busy and everything today, but I thought I'd say hi and introduce myself, because I don't think that we've actually have spoke before. So
yeah, I don't think we've been on panel together, but I've definitely caught you around.
No, I saw you on the lives before, and so I dropped a follow, and I just wanted to say hello and see how things have been going.
It's been good. It's been I'm enjoying doing this very much. It's cool that I get to meet people like you and participate in all this. So I do really appreciate you dropping by.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm glad, and I wish you a lot of success. And I see that you're gaining there, and so I hope it's fun, and I hope you have a great Saturday. Okay.
You have a good one too, Matt. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
Looks like TikTok chat knew who Matt. Oh, and YouTube chat.
No, I know who Matt is. I just didn't recognize the profile picture, and there's a few Matts that are hosts on here, so I had to look at the account. Which is embarrassing, but it is very cool making friends with all the people on here. It's a pretty awesome scene. Lucky Phil sent $2 or $5 on Buy Me a Coffee to say L for fixing the YouTube caller audio. Yeah.
Sorry, we had to put you through that.
Sorry you had to hear that, asshole. W Matt for $2 from Elusive Viper. Thank you very much. Let's make sure we didn't miss anything else on YouTube Super Chat. I wasn't watching very carefully, and we've got a full queue. Lover of Life sent $2 to say you can hear about COLA increase for seniors 3.6 2027 COLA increase. What is this? Is this a joke? What are we talking about soda for? The Bryce Cube is our next caller, and I am really hoping that we have a meaningful conversation. That's preferable. It doesn't happen very often these days. Nope. I don't think they meant to join. Christina, who I think I've seen in the chat, probably also didn't mean to join. I bet she was just double tapping on the screen. We shall see. Cost of living adjustment. There it is. Cost of living adjustment. Thank you, TikTok chat. Cost of living adjustment for seniors, 3.6% 2027. That still feels low given what's happening with inflation. I don't think Christina is going to connect, so we're going to get her disconnected. Rag Scallion sent $10 to say, not sure how long you've had the new setup because I'm strictly a work listener, but it looks great. Can't wait to see the final setup. I'm demanding a producer cam. Thank you. I suppose we can acknowledge the fact that I am shooting the show.
Nope. I have no idea what he's talking about. No idea.
Okay. Never mind. Wesley Roberson 1 is our next caller, and we're gonna see. We're gonna see if they have maybe a new take. A new take would be exciting. Hello,
What's up,
how old
man?
are you? Hello?
22.
22. Are you a Trump supporter?
Nah, I don't want to talk any right or left. I just want to kind of change your opinion on it because I know the truth. You don't. You don't have to believe me, but Israel owns America. There is no right and left. It's to create division. You're creating more division. We will never get this country back unless we unite together and defeat the synagogue of Satan, satanic Jews around the world.
I think if you're serious about that, I agree with a bunch of that. I disagree with some of it. I think that we could have a really cool face-to-face conversation. Would you turn on your camera just to show that you're a fucking serious person?
You can look up my name on Instagram, bro.
I don't care about your name on Instagram. I just care about you participating in this conversation with your face on the camera.
My
so
only
people
goal is to bring awareness to the American citizens that.
No, dude, if you want to come on my show, you got to follow my rules, and I'd love to have a conversation about that sort of like leftist worldview. I agree with a bunch of what you said, not all of it though, because the idea that there isn't a left and a right is pretty fucking nonsensical. And there's a bunch of sexual abuse victims who think you're a fucking asshole for not caring about that division, because the people on one side of it aren't really doing anything to help the victims of sexual violence. In fact, they're working pretty hard to protect the perpetrators of sexual violence. And if you just don't think that that's an important left versus right thing, then get the fuck off my show. Show your face if you want to talk about it. That's the rule on that particular topic. Israel does own America. He was right about that part. But again, we could maybe have a meaningful conversation with somebody like that if they're not just gonna. You could kind of tell he was like rapid firing his bullshit, just because he knew I was gonna kick him, so he wanted to get as much of it out as possible before that happened.
I just hate that, like, hating Israel sometimes lumps you in with anti-Semites.
You're off your mic.
I'm off it?
Stay there. That's better.
Oh. Do I need to repeat that?
No, they could hear you, but
Okay.
but you were quiet. And in post, you'll sound just fine because we do a little post compression. Lucas is new in the queue. Lucas Viper Cross CH. I don't know. Hello. How old are you?
18.
What year were you born?
2008.
You have a driver's license? Yeah, I don't believe him. Christina's back in the queue. Is she back in by accident? She didn't connect the first time I connected her. I don't think so. I don't think she meant to. Christina, why do you keep showing up in the queue? We'll say hi to Dylan. Little early in the show for something that's probably going to be so friendly a call because we love Dylan. How you doing, Dylan?
I'm doing good, Oscar. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm having a nice Saturday. Why have you called in today?
I wanted to try and discuss something that's, I don't know, it's kind of something that Biden did that I don't agree with.
Okay.
It's not really a Trump or Harris thing. It's more of the Biden thing.
Yeah.
It's a reason why I think the inflation of the gas prices went up super high for the little bit of time that it did when Biden was in office.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the exact name of the pipeline. I hope you know what I'm talking about though. It's like one of the
Keystone?
pipelines. It's the oil and gas pipeline that he shut down. Some people say it's
Which
the
one was
Canada-
it? There's
it's
a
the
there's
Canada
a
one.
there's a yeah. Are we talking about the Keystone pipeline? Yeah, I was
Maybe.
right. I think I got it right. There's a handful of like controversial pipelines. I think I got the one right. Yeah, the Keystone pipeline. Biden revoked a key permit for the Keystone pipeline on his first day in office.
Yeah, something like that. Where he tried to shut it down, and it
Well, he shut the project down. The Keystone was never built.
Oh, see, I thought it was already built.
No.
Okay, then apparently I don't have all the information on that because the people that I was talking to, I believe last night, I joined some random dude's live because I just saw it pop up on my For You page, and he said it was already built, and that the reason that the gas prices and the oil prices shot super high that day for that couple months that Biden was first in office is because he shut it down, and it would make oil and gas are hard to get in America.
Okay. The chat's correct me. It's Keystone XL, which I think that's what I was referring to. Anyway, yeah, that is wrong. Because the gas market doesn't react to like a project that we expect to lower gas prices in the future to not be completed. Like you could maybe see a small indication on the futures market when that sort of things happen, but to blame gas prices generally or global fuel prices generally on a particular pipeline particular pipeline project being shut down, no, doesn't make any sense at all. And it doesn't actually track with the timeline of those gas prices very well. And it wasn't, if I'm not mistaken, it was to move like Canadian oil. Like it wasn't even going to directly affect our local markets all that much. It's a little oversimplistic to look at something and be like, oh, Biden shut this down. It was going to move gas. Therefore he made gas prices go up. But, the Keystone pipeline was even wasn't even going to move enough fuel for it to influence the market in that way. So these projects are controversial because they cut through wildlife areas, they cut across sometimes tribal areas, they cut across residential properties that need to be bought out by the government. They're environmentally concerning. I'm not unilaterally opposed to building oil and gas infrastructure. I think humanity on planet Earth needs to wean itself off of oil and gas. But a sensible approach forward doesn't necessarily look like just like shutting down any oil and gas project. But no, that particular move from Biden didn't result in the higher gas prices.
Okay, then I had misinformation. I'm sorry about that.
Hey, don't be sorry. It sounds like you were unsure and you came to me to talk about it, and you got a little bit of information that you can, research on yourself. So sounds like you're doing the work. I don't think you have anything to be sorry for.
All right. Well, I'm going to get off here. I got to go to work very soon. I hope you have a great rest of your show, Oscar.
Appreciate you, Dylan. I'll talk to you soon, I'm sure.
For sure.
We love Dylan. W's in the chat for Dylan. Dylan has been calling in for a couple months, or at least a few weeks now. And he's changed his mind on some touchier social issues, and that's given him a little bit more breathing room to kind of look more broadly at the political landscape. He's 18. So, I don't try to push him too hard on any of these things. He's learning, but he's learning, with a polite, open mind. And that's more than we can ask of a lot of young people these days. So W's in the chat for Dylan. grtlooksie. See, this is the hole in my brain. I know he has called into my show recently. I don't remember who he is, though. Hopefully he can remind me. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why is that?
For multiple reasons. The immigration policy, I'm a Republican. I really don't like abortion, and that's off the top of my head. It's already in the morning,
Okay. Why do you think Donald Trump's approach to immigration is a good one?
Because most people seem to not like immigration, and I think that the president should enforce laws for the people.
Most people don't like immigration.
Yes, there was an old study. I don't know if it's still up, but it said that majority of people, What do you say?
How old was the study?
I think 2020 something, 2021.
That's not that old. What does the study say?
It said majority of people want no immigration.
Okay. I don't know if that's accurate, but I also don't care what most people think. There's lots of issues where most people are wrong.
So you disagree with the popular vote then?
I disagree that the popular vote is a good way to find truth about things. It's obviously a way to find will.
But you said the majority of people tend to be wrong, though. So you're against the popular vote.
I didn't say that the majority tends to be wrong. I said that there are certain issues where the majority tends to be wrong. That's a very different thing to say. Like, there was a time where most people in this country thought that slavery was pretty reasonable.
That's not really true, though. Like, slavery was always a controversial thing. It's absolutely
true. Yeah,
slavery was always a controversial thing among the founding fathers.
And immigration is a controversial thing. Do you not agree with the statement immigration is a controversial thing?
Yeah, but immigration goes for all countries.
Hold on. I'm not asking you to make an argument about immigration. I just said that there was a time where most people felt that slavery was pretty reasonable, and you said that.
And I'm just saying that.
And you said that slavery was always. Excuse me. I'm not done explaining why your argument is bad. You said that slavery was controversial, so I said that makes it an even better analogy for what we're talking about, because immigration is also quite controversial. So why did you answer by saying that slavery was always controversial, instead of addressing the fact that just because most people support something doesn't mean it's necessarily good?
Because you made the claim that slavery was supported by the majority, but I doubt that. I don't think the majority of all people.
Do you think I'd be hard pressed to find an example of something horrible and reprehensible that most people supported at a certain time?
Yeah, I think that you'll find that, but I'm just saying,
Like,
on
for
the
example,
topic
that
of
women
slavery-
shouldn't vote. It was pretty popular. A lot of women even thought that women shouldn't vote prior to suffrage in the 1920s.
Yeah, and that's a controversial thing that,
Yeah, another controversial
like, there was
topic where
always
in the past
problems with
people were
voting, like, in the
catastrophically
beginning
wrong
of-
about it. So do you recognize that just going by what people think about an issue is probably not a very reliable way to come up with, I don't know. I'd like to think that like somebody 100 years from now would look back at me and be like, that Oscar guy, he was pretty progressive. He was still eating meat, but like he kind of understood what was going on, which is maybe the way that we can look back 100 years at somebody who supported the suffrage movement and say like, oh yeah, that was pretty progressive of these people to go against the grain and say that we should let women vote. And I think
the majority of men supported the suffrage movement. That's why they were able to get it passed.
I'm not going to let you slip past the fact that it's obviously true that there's many reprehensible
I'm not saying
things
it's
that people
true. I'm just addressing it, and you were rambling on, so I have to address it.
I don't think I was rambling. I think we could have moved on past your bad argument if you were to just admit that it was a bad argument.
I'm not even making an argument. You made the slavery argument. I'm just saying that slavery was always controversial and
slavery wasn't the argument. It was a reduction by absurdity, because if I use the claim that you made to defend your stance on immigration, I can defend things like slavery and not allowing women to vote at different times and places, and that's unacceptable.
I understand.
So
you can use woman, but you can't use slavery because slavery was always controversial.
I'm sorry. I don't think that's true, and I think that you're showing that you think pretty hard with your feelings on these issues. So why don't we skip over this bullshit? Why don't you just tell me why? Why don't you just tell me why you think immigration is bad for some other reason than that a bunch of people think it's bad?
All right. Do you disagree with the Central Immigration Study Organization?
I'm not familiar with that one. I'd have to look.
FAIRS.
Oh, fair. Yeah, their study's terrible. They misrepresent the data wildly. They consider the educational cost of citizen children that were born in the country, which is a violation of the 14th Amendment if you're going to consider that the cost of illegal immigration. They also underestimate the tax revenue brought in by illegal immigrants in places like Florida, where there isn't a state income tax, but there is sales tax. So they underestimate in places like that, where it is admittedly a little difficult to calculate how much illegal immigrants pay into a sales tax program, because it's not measured in any way. We can only estimate it. So they do the kind thing of estimating it as low as possible to say that they're expensive to the country, which is super dishonest when you consider the fact that they also push the estimates up on what their costs are. So yeah, the FAIR study is really dishonest and terrible.
Well, I disagree with that. You said that it's unfair for them to include parents, citizens to illegal parents. I disagree. I think that they should include that.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Constitution?
How is that against the Constitution?
Constitution says that if you're born here, you're a citizen. Citizens have the right to education. Actually, the Supreme Court has also ruled that even if you're not a citizen, you still deserve an education, because we just don't fucking punish children for however the reason they ended up here. We educate them because that's better for Earth and for the country anyway. So you disagree with the entire constitutional order.
That's not true at all.
I am asserting that if you think it is fair to count the citizen children of undocumented immigrants in an assessment of what they cost the country because of what it says in the Constitution and what the Supreme Court has ruled about that, and what the Supreme Court has ruled about the availability of education, which is paid for by our tax dollars, to people who didn't pay into that system. You can have that argument. You can decide to count that, but I can tell you that that's absolutely incongruent with you telling me that you believe in the constitutional order and respect the Supreme Court.
And I can disagree with that because, first of all, that's not against the Constitution. 62% of illegal people with children are on SNAP benefits, on welfare. Versus
I'm sorry, do you think that illegal immigrants are receiving welfare?
No, I'm the children. I'm like, the study said they're on like SNAP benefits.
So there's this study that has all these problems where they underestimate the benefit of illegal immigrants and they overestimate the costs of illegal immigrants, and they include citizens.
How do you know they overestimate the cost?
I've analyzed that study for hours on this show. I'm not doing it again. But my question for you is, why are you listening to this one study that I am familiar with that has those problems instead of all the other studies?
What all other studies says that illegal immigrants don't?
The Cato organization released a study on, I believe, February 3rd of this year called The Effect of Immigration on Government Budgets, which includes subsections on the exact cost of illegal immigrants on government budgets. And that is a much more honest approach that also does happen to come from a right-leaning organization that just doesn't fuck with their numbers in the way that the FAIR study does. The FAIR study does some in broad daylight stuff that all the other analyses don't do. They make different estimations and they include different categories. And I would also also, I always take a step back and argue that even if you want to count their way of looking at it and say, like, all right, let's pretend they don't pay that much sales tax in Florida, even though they probably do. Let's count their children as costs to the tax program.
Like,
I would argue that expending taxpayer money on educating children who are citizens is still a good thing, even if you want to count that as the cost of illegal immigrants, because then those are children who get to have better educations and grow up, and because they're citizens, work jobs in this country and become productive members of society. And if you think that that's a cost, then you don't understand the benefit of educating people.
Okay, do you agree with taking children from their illegal parents and
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I want you to respond to what I just said.
Well, what can you repeat that? Like you said that. I'm
sorry. Were you not listening? Were you just waiting to bring up your pivot to some other part of this topic?
No, I wasn't debating. I was saying I remember what you were saying. Yeah, I do think that we should.
Then why don't you just clarify? Okay, if you're listening and you're making sure that, and you definitely have been taking in what I'm saying, why don't you just tell the audience why it is I think using the FAIR study is bad?
Because apparently they are not including Florida sales tax, and
that was an example. They do all sorts of other estimations like that.
But they do the lowest estimates, and they make higher estimates that you haven't shown that for other sections. While Cato, an apparent right-wing organization, says that. You never really said if they said illegal immigration was a net positive or not.
It
you
is.
Just said that.
If we're going to talk about burden on the tax system, it is a net positive. It's also a net benefit to the economy for other reasons that are greater than just the way that they affect government budgets, which is what the Cato study shows. But you don't seem to care. Because at the end of the day, we could look at any slice of the population and say, like, oh, look at that. These people are a cost to the system because the taxpayer money is being used to make their lives better. I'm sorry.
No,
that's what the government's for. The government is for promoting the general welfare. It's what it says in the preamble of the Constitution. I'm not actually interested in an argument that says that the government is using taxpayer money to benefit people's lives, especially in the case of the children of undocumented immigrants, if those people are fucking citizens.
Okay. Do you think that those citizens should be taken away from the illegals?
No.
Why?
Do I think that children should be taken away from their parents? I said no. You asked why?
They're not. The parents are not legal citizens, and they're clearly benefiting off of their children.
Right, and I don't think.
Don't you think that that's abusive?
I think that I'm sorry. You want to separate children from their parents, and you're saying that I am being abusive?
You said they're citizens, though. So if you think that they should receive American benefits, I agree. Okay, but I don't think their parents should.
Oh, I think that we should allow their parents a better path towards legal residency, so that they don't have to be separated from their kids. That's one of the many reasons I think that deporting them is. Excuse me, you're stepping on my toes, and you're just asserting a bunch of claims about what I believe. Why don't you let me say more than one sentence about each of these things that you're bringing up instead of trying to shoehorn a bunch of beliefs into my mouth that I didn't fucking say? Can you do that? Can you listen for a second to the fact that I think that most illegal immigrants in this country should stay? Because when we weigh the pros and cons, there's all these terrible cons. Like, for example, so many of them have citizen children. I wouldn't want to separate them from their children or have their children go to a country that they have never been to before. Those are the only two solutions that don't involve separating them, is letting them stay or having them all go. And that's bad. I don't want that. That's a cost. It's one of the costs I weigh. It's one of the humanitarian costs I weigh when I do a cost-benefit analysis of deporting 12 million people. And I'm just not understanding why you care so little about the fact that that cost exists in consideration of how few arguments exist in favor of deporting the illegal immigrants, because I still don't hear any pros that make sense to me.
Well, I said the pros, 62% of illegals with citizens, with a kid
illegals
that's a
with
citizen.
Citizens, compose yourself, gather your thoughts and try again.
I already said that because 62% of illegals are on a welfare benefit like program.
What
versus
what do you mean? They're ineligible for like food stamps and stuff. What are you talking about?
You literally just said that. I mean welfare for their kids, SNAP benefits for their kids.
No, that's not true.
What do you mean it's not true? Even though
you cannot apply for these. The FAIR study is bullshit. So if it told you that, they're lying. But no, illegal immigrants are not eligible for those sorts of programs. There are very few government programs that illegal immigrants are able to be eligible for. In a couple of states, there's a couple of places where they're eligible for like random food programs and stuff. But across the board, like the SNAP benefit program, the big federal program that feeds millions of people in this country, they're ineligible for that program. They're ineligible for Medicare. They are ineligible for unemployment. They are ineligible for all of these things, and they pay into a tax system that pays for those things without receiving any of the benefits from it. So what the fuck? Where the fuck do you get 62% from?
The sixth study, the central immigration study.
You know, if we go back far enough in my lineage, we'll find somebody who wasn't eligible for government programs. If we go back far enough in your lineage, we'll find somebody who wasn't eligible for government programs.
No,
why are you
that's
interested
not
in
true.
young people who are eligible for these programs whose lineages aren't? Because that's the way it fucking works. The country isn't that old.
I mean, that's unlikely because all my ancestors are legal citizens.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
All of your
What do you mean?
ancestors are legal U.S. citizens? Even the ones who were born
I
before
did a DNA
1776?
Huh?
Even the ones who were born before 1776, all of them were legal U.S. citizens?
What? Yeah, because the USA did not was existed before white people came. Yeah. The United States did
I don't think
exist
you know
before
what an
white
ancestor
people.
is.
Yeah, my ancestors were not illegal because there was a law 100
You didn't
years
say they
after
were
the
illegal.
US
You said they were citizens.
Yeah, they were citizens because anybody that came to the U.S. during that time before
Are you a Native
100
American?
years after the U.S. was
Is that
created,
what you mean? What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean that there was a law where if you came to the U.S. and you were white of, a free white male, you were a citizen. Yeah. Like, look up the 7090 Naturalization Act.
What about 1,000 years ago? What about your ancestors 1,000 years ago? Were they American citizens?
That's a different topic. You said
I'm just saying that you can go back far enough to a point where a person's parents wasn't eligible for taxpayer programs, and then they were, and that's the case.
There were
with
no
the children.
taxpayers 1,000 years ago, so I really don't.
There weren't any citizens 1,000 years ago. Because my argument is that you are just blessed by being a person whose lineage goes farther back. Mine doesn't even go very far back. My mom was born in Canada. She became a citizen pretty recently. I was born in the United States. I was born in the. What do you mean makes sense?
It's just I seen how Canadians act.
I was born in New York, motherfucker. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, you were born in New York? You don't have the accent.
I'm sorry.
Where?
I don't think that you know what accent a 31-year-old who grew up in Manhattan would have, because it's mine.
Okay.
What the fuck are you saying? Point is, I'm an American. I was born here. I was born in Albany, New York, and then I moved to Manhattan when I was like 1 year old. Okay, so like that's my history as a person on Earth, right? My mom wasn't. She was a citizen. She moved to America because she married an American. My father, his parents were World War II refugees, so they weren't born here. My grandmother's still alive, and she was born in a country that doesn't even fucking exist anymore. Well, that's not technically true, but anyway.
Is it Prussia? I just want to know. I don't care.
That neck of the woods, yeah, somewhere around there, Eastern Bloc type shit, okay? The point is, I can go far enough back and go, yeah, there's a person who wasn't eligible for benefits, and then their children were, and I could do the same for you, and we can do the same for the children of undocumented immigrants who are, according to the Supreme Court and the Constitution, citizens, and I'm just not interested in treating them any differently unless you can give me a reason to treat them differently, which you haven't.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm just saying that my family came
So
here
at this
legally.
point in the conversation, I need you to explain to me what's so different about it. And if you tell me that it's because they came here legally, then you don't believe in the Constitution, and we can have a conversation where you admit, I don't believe in the Constitution. I don't respect the rulings of the Supreme Court. I don't care if the Supreme Court precedent going back hundreds of years says that I'm wrong. I think that they're all wrong. I'm not a patriot. I don't believe in constitutional order, law and order, or anything like that. We can have that conversation. But if you
I do believe in the Constitution, and nothing in the Constitution say, hey, we have to pay illegals. Hey, illegals should stay here.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the children of undocumented immigrants who are, according to the 14th Amendment,
if you
citizens.
care about the children, then
It
take
says
them
in
away
the
from their
14th Amendment.
illegal parents.
No, we're playing whack-a-mole with your non sequiturs here, buddy. We're specifically talking about the fact that my ancestors, if we go back far enough, we don't have to go very far back, just one or two generations, depending on whether it's on my mom or my dad's side. My ancestors weren't citizens and weren't eligible. Your ancestors weren't citizens and weren't eligible. If we go back far enough, I don't know how many generations it is for you, and I don't give a fuck. And for the children of undocumented immigrants, it's one generation. You just go back to their parents. But the Constitution says that you are fucking wrong and that they get the benefits of being a citizen, which include not just public education, because I will remind you that this cost of public education is not a privilege given only to citizens. The Supreme Court has ruled on that as well, which is why, even if children are completely undocumented, we still allow them into the public school system because we recognize how much of a public good it is to educate children, regardless of what's going on with their family. If you think think that children deserve to be punished with a poor education because of the paperwork status of their problem. Not only are you a bad person, obviously, you also don't fucking believe in the Constitution. Now, please try to tell me if you have a problem with anything that I just said, because I don't think that you have a reasonable argument against anything I just said.
Okay, first of all, you said that if we look back far enough in my lineage, none of there's going to be people that weren't eligible.
I say that with confidence because it is literally true of every human on Earth. It's a necessary fact.
Can I talk? Okay, you said that. Okay, maybe it's a fact, but you have to understand, we didn't get these benefits back then. You didn't get these benefits for being an immigrant back then. And even then, there were laws saying you can't be this type of person and be a U.S. citizen. You can't be an anarchist if you were.
I'm not interested in the fact that the privileges available to citizens have improved over time. That's a win for humanity. That's a win for citizens.
But you said, okay, now you're backstepping. You're backstepping.
No, I'm not.
I didn't say. Yes, you are.
No, your counterclaim is that in the past, the benefits of citizenship were smaller because we have more stuff now. We pay for the fire department now. We have like more, we have more road infrastructure. There's lots more stuff. Why did you
go back saying that? Oh, my family wouldn't have received those benefits. Those benefits didn't exist back then.
They wouldn't. Okay, the benefits I'm talking about is whatever benefits are eligible or available to a citizen, whatever they happen to be at that particular time. The fact that they've gotten better over time is not relevant to my argument.
I'm not talking about the citizens. I'm talking about the immigrated citizens, the ones that gained citizenship. Like, they didn't receive any benefits for being an immigrant.
What are you talking about? Who?
Hey.
I don't think you're following the argument.
Your argument was that my ancestors would not be able to receive the benefits currently now. Like,
do you? Okay, we just need to understand this. It's self-evidently true that everybody has ancestors who are ineligible for U.S. benefits as a citizen because everybody's family tree goes back farther than the existence of the country.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah, and in fact, if you go back to the beginning of the country, the people who started the country were arguably illegal immigrants because they came here and fucking murdered people who lived here and took their land away.
No, they didn't. Indians murdered people.
Camera on if you want to tell me that white people didn't come here and take land from illegal immigrants. Oh, no camera?
No, I'm not going to put my camera on, but did Indians kill other Indians for?
I'm sorry. If you want to continue the conversation, you need to turn your camera on. So go fix up your account, get more privileges, or unprivate it, whatever you need to do. I'm not interested in having a conversation with a person who goes on the internet and says that white people didn't come and steal the country. If you want to argue that white people weren't illegal immigrants when we got here 500 years ago, you can do that shit with your camera on. That's going to be a fucking rule. Chat, hold me to that.
Wait, I asked you a relevant question. Can you please answer?
Oh, where? Can you drink cow's milk?
Yes.
How is that relevant?
To your being as a person.
What?
Just answer.
Yes, I can drink cow's milk.
God damn it.
Is that a joke I didn't get?
No.
Oh, because you're making me coffee. Okay, thank you. I thought it was like I saw that come up on the little producer dashboard, and I was like, "Can I drink cow's milk? Why should I ask the guest if he can drink cow's milk?" No, it's for my coffee. Thank you, Jessie. It's okay, guys. I am in fact stupid. Tavi, thank you for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. Caller, your argument is nonsensical. If you follow your own logic, there would be no benefits to anyone since ratification of the Constitution. Yeah, I just he had to start fucking flailing about all that shit. Chipopot. I gotta learn how to pronounce that username. $5 on YouTube Super Chat. Oh wait, it says it right there.
Yeah, there's literally
Chipopot. Okay, got it. Compose yourself, gather your thoughts, and try again. LMAO. Oscar's my favorite. Dude, yeah, he was just fucking rambling. I am lactose intolerant, Jessie, so you're gonna have to deal with it. But I can drink.
It's very little. But I just wanted to say, Lucky Phil, I get you, man. I had a cold coffee out there forever.
Kronos, send Jessie another Kronos selfie, but I need more clothes to get good photos. So Discord peeps, give me suggestions on what you want Jessie to see me in. Oh my god, the Kronos lore expands. Get in the Discord, link tree in the bio.
Slutty.
It does sound kind of slutty, but that's okay. Rico sent $2 to say, let me put this argument to rest real quick. At one point in time, most people thought the world was flat. Does that make them right since most agreed? Yeah, there we go. That's a perfectly good one. Lover of Life sent $2 to say, Anchor Baby, problem people argue with immigration. Yeah. Camera on for anti-historical racist. Hell yeah. Thank you, Musty Manure Man, for the $2. And Metal Gods. Holy shit. Thank you. Yeah, dude. Thank you for the $100. Did you hear Jessie cry out in joy? It was more of a squeal. I've been slacking on watching the lives. I'm sorry. Take my money. Metal Gods, I appreciate you so much. You know I do. He's in the Discord. He gets, if you're in the Discord, you get a little bit of the like behind the scenes stuff. You get to hear what's going on the day to day here.
Metal Gods is usually in the voice chats when I join them.
Yeah.
So we've heard from Metal Gods.
Discord in the link tree in the bio, as well as all the other platforms where you can follow me. I'm going to keep updating people. Let's see, YouTube. We got more. 9,561. Coming up on 10K, but also Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon if you want to support the show directly, so I can pay Jessie and Raven to run the show. Raven's been cruising away on the clips that were getting posted to Instagram. People sure do hate that Karen, who I was very mean to for how racist she was, but she was so racist that she deserved it. We're getting lots of followers from those and from some other recent clips that are doing well. So W's in the chat for Raven and for Jessie for helping run the show. Can we not see Scout now? What's with the background change? Oh yeah. Can't find her anywhere. She's not here. Anyway,
there is a Luna in the building. But
there is a cat in this space.
Luna is very shy of Oscar so far.
We'll see. We'll see if Luna warms up to me. Equal vote 3. Do you think he's going to have meaningful opinions on election integrity? Hello, how old are you?
Hey, Oscar, I'm 54.
Okay, are you a Trump supporter?
Absolutely not. I just wanted to say I love your content, Oscar.
Appreciate you.
Just a quick message to the, because that last guy was clearly a Christian. If you are a Christian in this nation and you have a problem with what's happening at the border, you are a walking, talking contradiction. It's time to find a new faith. Time to find a new country.
Appreciate you very much, Equal Vote. As I like to say, what would Jesus do with the illegal immigrants? Because I don't think it's what ICE is doing with them. I don't think so at all. We're going to talk to Doug, and we're going to see if we got a Trump supporter on the line. Hello,
hey,
how old are you?
I'm not a Trump supporter. No, I'm 33.
33.
I stream as well. I'm a friendly. Just want to say I like your content. Been following you for a while, man. I stream myself, but I like your stuff, so just want to throw it out there. I know you're trying not to have friendlies up here, so I won't waste too much of your time.
No, it's I feel like we're having friendlies up today who haven't been up today, so I don't mind you getting a quick plug in and saying hi. Nice to meet you. I gave you a follow. I'll check you out. I haven't crossed paths with you yet.
No, you're good. You're good. I know you seem to get the most views on Instagram. You get a lot there, huh?
That Instagram algorithm doesn't mind that I don't censor my videos.
They favor you. Facebook gets me the most. I have the most there because all the boomers seem to like my stuff for whatever reason. I
actually think in the last 60 days or so, I've had more Facebook views than Instagram views. Facebook
really?
has been growing faster than my Instagram, but my Instagram has been growing faster. It was growing faster before that for longer. So I'm 120,000 followers on Instagram, and I'm about to hit 100,000 on Facebook. But that's YouTube algorithm fucking hates my guts. Jessie, I think we're gonna have to start fucking censoring the clips that we put on YouTube because they're just not. We are in 200 view jail.
They suppress a lot of stuff. It doesn't matter what's in there. They suppress the shit out of it.
Well,
YouTube.
it's very ironically, YouTube is completely at the other end of the spectrum in terms of the long form content. It's very, very hard to get a restriction or a flag on a 4-hour video where we talk about rape, sex, murder, and all that, and everything nice or whatever. But yeah, I mean, TikTok will fucking 3-day ban you if you refer to something by the wrong fucking word. So we're all learning to navigate the algorithms, but I might have to start heavily editing the YouTube clips if I want them to succeed.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, like I said, I don't want to take up too much of your time or anything, but
I'll give you a follow. I'll catch one of yours soon.
Cool. Right on, man. Take care. Hope you have a good rest of the day. Okay.
You too. Thanks for hopping up, Doug.
Take care. Yeah.
Aren't we having so much fun today? It is exciting to get to meet new people, and I don't know Doug, but the chat lit up when he popped up on the screen. So that's I will say I'm very proud of the fact that an endorsement from my chat is generally a good one. Which I guess stands to reason because it's my chat, it's my viewers. But I don't know. I feel like, when I look at the right wingers and I see like what their chats are like and what their comment sections are like, it's like, with like the big Instagram feud that I had with Savannah Hernandez, I like see all of her comments where it's just people using slurs and like all this like lowbrow, like middle school humor. And it's just like, are you proud of the following that you have developed? I'm very proud of the following that I'm developed. My Discord is a very fun place to be, even if I'm not there for operational reasons. If I'm like bored, I can just like hop in the voice chat and hang out with everybody. I like to sneak into the voice chats because sometimes Jessie's in the voice chats and then I show up and my account's not in there, but my voice is, and people are like, "Wow, Oscar's here." It's fun.
Correction. When you get bored, you like to go onto the Discord and further the bullying of me?
Bullying, there's no bullying on the Discord allowed unless it is of the producer Jessie, because we all find it very funny. It's part of the job. She signed a waiver. She didn't sign a waiver.
Do you like the mug I gave you, by the way?
Does it say male tears on it?
That it does.
Oh, man.
But I handed it to you the opposite way so you wouldn't know until after you held it up to the camera.
What are you talking about? It says male tears on both sides.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
I just thought that was a one-sided mug this whole time.
This is the perfect mug for me to be drinking on the show. Like,
Well, that's what I thought, because
Yeah.
that mug was a gift to me. And it was the only other one in my thing.
All right. John Davis is our next caller. Another shout out for Metal Gods for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. That's huge. Hello. Hello. How old are you? Hello. He's not here. Is Arthrisha here? I sure hope so. Hello, hello. How old are you? There's bathtub sounds I'm hearing. Got another participant in the ever so clever bathtub gag. Well, that's it. Nobody serious today. Just friends and a South African who likes Trump, which again, Trump's very conspicuously allowing South African immigrants into the country, but not. He said he was an immigrant in South Africa. I don't know. He had a bunch of racist stuff to say. And then somebody who wants to deny the fact that I like it's the sort of thing where like I don't know how these people take themselves seriously. I know they probably just don't take themselves seriously, but it's like when people say that Trump didn't rape E. Jean Carroll, like I just pull back to like, is what he did to her bad? Like we don't need to argue about what it says on the fucking jury verdict form. Is it bad what he did? Did he do something that's not cool? Okay, we can agree on that. Maybe we can agree that the civil litigation alleges that he did something bad. And then with Native Americans, it's kind of the same thing where it's like, yeah, like, I mean, you can point to the fact that they were in a lot of ways a more primitive peoples, as we all were recently, because humanity is kind of getting better over time. And like, yeah, I'm sure you can find that, a war that happened between one tribe and another that was bad or something like that. But the question, did white people do something horribly, horribly bad to the Native Americans, has such a clear and fucking obvious answer. Klimt is asking for proof of what? Why are you spamming proof in my chat? What do you want proof of? We're going to talk to Mossy. I'm going to see if Mossy demands proof for something. Hello. How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18. Really, I just wanted to come up here because I saw you were just wanting to do little quickies today. I am not
allowing it.
Yeah. I really just wanted to come up here real quickly and thank you for all of the Native American support. I feel like I don't see it much lately, and it's really nice to hear you defending the Native American people.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, we spend so much time talking about all these wedge issues like abortion and trans rights and things like that, and I just think that we forget sometimes to zoom out at the ethics of a person who says that they belong here and somebody else doesn't. Because if you're not a Native American, you do not have a historical claim to that fucking whatsoever. So you have to have some approach to a problem like immigration that takes into consideration the fact that like this historical idea of who got here first not only is kind of problematic because it has to do with like stuff that happened generations ago that like doesn't actually involve people who are alive today, but also if we are to go by that metric, it's not us who have the right to this land. So like if you want to use that argument, it's the Native Americans. I don't think we should use that argument though, which is why I don't say the phrase like, this maybe is controversial. You're calling in and thanking me for like, you know, shouting out for the Native Americans. I don't personally like the phrase "no one's illegal on stolen land" because it potentially maybe gets people to ignore the fact that, as a matter of fact, a lot of people are illegal on this land according to the current laws. I think that's fucked up, and I think that that's a problem. I think there's a real ethical issue with that. But it's a little bit like the phrase "not my president," where it's like, he is though. So like, we need to deal with that because ethically, I think it's a really. I won't co-sign the phrase "no one's illegal on stolen land" because, as a matter of fact, some people are. But I will co-sign the phrase, it's fucked up for people to be illegal on stolen land.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously. You can make a legal argument about it all day, which is why I talk to people who only want to make legal arguments when it supports their side. So I know that the no one's illegal on stolen land rhetoric isn't going to be effective on them, but nobody should be illegal on stolen land is probably better rhetoric that, you know, is more aligned with my ethics on it. But yeah, I'm just trying to be reasonable. And it's not people who are reasonable about Native Americans who I'm talking to.
Yeah, I just came up here to thank you, and I totally agree. Like, I don't really hate border control. I just hate that what they're taking it to a new extreme.
Yeah. Thanks for your time. Appreciate you hopping up.
Yeah.
Kronos.
Oh.
Is this Kronos? Or is this
Yeah,
a
this
Kronos? Is that his account? I don't know his TikTok handle.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. This is the Kronos.
I'm using the chat for Kronos.
I recognize that voice.
I'm just hopping up real quick because I remembered last night. If you remember GRAVIID, one of our donos, his name is pronounced Gravid, like gravity.
Gravid.
Oh yeah.
Yep. He told me last night in the YouTube Discord, or the Discord VC. So I just want to let you guys know.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Anything else while you're up here?
Also. Yes, Discord. I'm not kidding. I do not have clothes besides work clothes. Give me stuff. Tell me what to buy. When I get paid, I'll go buy it so Jessie can see me in it because I'm out of videos and photos of me.
Dude, out of context,
And that's
this
it.
is
All right,
terrible.
kick for the
You know what? Fuck it. If you guys want the context, get in the fucking Discord.
Yes. I love giving half of the context. If you want the rest, get in there.
Yeah. All right, do as Kronos said, everybody. Get in there. Anything else, Kronos?
It's good. I'm gonna go get to leaning.
Have fun. I'll catch you later. I'll be leaning with you in spirit when the show is over at 2. Seriously though, Discord's a fun place, and you know, you get to follow like the Kronos arc or whatever other arcs are going on. Cult of Kronos, yeah. It's good. And if I get the pronunciations wrong, or sometimes I get the fucking pronouns wrong, sorry, Canadian Vicky, with the donation reads, spam the fucking chat, embarrass me, because then that gets me back on track. It gets me right about it. And also it's good for engagement. And if you guys are sending donations, you probably want to help engagement. So yeah, we can all work on that together. We're going to see if James is going to work together with us to understand American politics a little bit better, if he's just going to spew a bunch of racist nonsense. Which type of call is it? Oh. We never know. How old are you?
Hello. I'm 20.
20.
I'll
you
be up
support
here. Not really. I was talking about the natives. That's what I thought we were on that topic.
Oh, I mean, you know, the topic kind of flows, but I just really quick, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
I voted for him in 2024, but
do you regret doing
other than that? Oh yeah.
Okay, so I mean, it sounds like you're a reformed Trump supporter.
No, the reason I immediately regretted it, I didn't want to vote for anyone that year, but I was like told by my conservative family, you gotta go vote, you gotta go. You know? So yeah, I went and voted for Trump.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm understanding correctly, you kind of just went with what your parents said, but you've moved away from just listening to them. You've made up your own mind.
Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't consider myself like part of the right, I don't know. I kind of have my own thing going on. It's stupid. It's probably a lot of holes and contradictions in what my beliefs are.
You think so?
I think so.
You know, if you're eight, you said you're 20, and your first vote in a presidential election was one that you kind of just went with what your parents said. And if you're gonna sit here and tell me that you've got contradictions and holes in your political belief, I'm not gonna blame you. You're young to the game, and I think that a lot of people are unnecessarily hard on people who haven't quite figured it all out. Because I could look back on when I was your age, and my political beliefs definitely had contradictions and holes, and I've been working really hard to try to stamp those out and like figure out what is wrong with my beliefs that make them contradictory. And here I am 11 years later, and I feel like I've done pretty good work on that. And I think you might just be at the beginning of that sort of journey. So I'm not going to give you a hard time about having contradictory beliefs at 20 years old.
Yeah, I agree with it. I just kind of have like my own types of beliefs. Like I might find an argument from one person to be more convincing than the argument from the conservative. Next day, the conservative's argument could be better than the leftist argument. It's kind of patchwork.
Well, sometimes the conservative argument is better than the leftists. The leftists are perfectly capable of being unreasonable. But I think the big question these days, with November careening towards us, is who you plan to vote for this time.
Honestly, I haven't been paying attention to politics up until recently. So,
well, to people who are maybe proper fence sitters like yourself, where you're really in the middle and you don't quite know what's going on, I think that I like to zoom out and just say, like, I could sit here and like interrogate you about what you think about abortion or fiscal policy or foreign policy, like all these different things that matter in a discussion about who we want to vote for during normal times. Because during normal times, you look at the issues, you say, here's some hot button social issues, here's the wars we're fighting, here's these things that are going on that maybe somebody who's going to be president or one of my representatives in Congress who's going to represent my state when they vote in the House or in the Senate or something like that, or the governor who's going to guide my state and maybe protect me from a president that I don't like. Like normally we can talk about those individual issues and be like, what adds up to the best choice for you. But I think we're in a really special time in American politics. And I don't mean special in a good way. I think we're in an unusual, interesting time where it's not so much about those individual issues. It's about the fact that one team is working really, really hard to not play by the rules. And then the other team is mostly playing by the rules. Even if the rules are bad, I just think that it's a lot less chaotic if people follow the rules. Which I think you see where I'm going here in terms of November, right?
Yeah, well, I became like a leftist, full out leftist in 2025. Actually probably around the 2024 election. That's when I started leaning left. I was leaning away from the right going into the 2024 election. And
what does being a leftist mean to you? It means something different to a lot of people.
Compassion and empathy.
Well, I appreciate you having that attitude towards your politics, but I will say that it's a bit of a weak definition when a lot of people on the right would say the same thing. They'd say that they're a Republican because they have compassion. It's a little empty, I think that a political perspective has to be a perspective about how you think politics should work in the country. In order to serve the empathy that you have and able to, if you're a compassionate person, the question isn't, am I interested in these politics because of my compassion? The question is, why is it that the things I want to vote for are going to lead to outcomes that are compatible with my compassion?
I absolutely love that. And that's probably, if more leftists did that, I probably wouldn't have kind of gotten disillusioned with them. I would see a lot of leftists who would, talk about being empathetic or, they were, but then it would come out that they were virtue signaling.
It's a lot of virtue signaling from the whole political spectrum where people can say like, oh, here's a humanistic reason why I think my policy is right. I'm going to go tell people that even though the reason I want this policy is because it's going to help my tax burden or something like that. I think that like my biggest criticism of people on the left who maybe think that sort of way, even if they're not virtue signaling, if it really is truthfully, righteously out of compassion that they feel the way they do, I almost think that they're compassionate to a fault, in the way that maybe somebody who, maybe somebody who's hyper compassionate of animals isn't going to be the right person to be a veterinary tech, because you have to do some really uncomfortable, difficult things when you work at a veterinary clinic. Does that analogy kind of work, where it's maybe being compassionate makes it a little hard to be clinical and what you want, which is a good term for the veterinary environment. Maybe somebody who's so compassionate that they could never put a knife to someone's skin wouldn't be a very good doctor. And I think the same thing about politics, where if you can't stomach that you have to do something bad, like vote for somebody who's going to fund Israel, it's a little bit like when somebody doesn't want to throw the switch in the trolley problem. You know the trolley problem?
You talking about like the guys on the tracks?
Yeah, I'll give the super fast version just so everybody listening can have it, because I'm sure there's some people listening who don't know it. But it's a thought experiment about how if you have a train going down the tracks and there's a worker on one of the tracks, and 5 workers on the other tracks, and the train is headed towards the 5 workers, and you are standing at the switch, and you get to decide if you want to throw the switch and save the people. Here we have a little pictographic of it. Thank you, Jessie, for bringing this up so quick. So the question is, should the guy here throw the switch, effectively murdering this person to save these 5 people? And some people say throw the switch. Some people say don't throw the switch because you're not supposed to get involved. And then some people have that same answer where they'll say that they know the right thing is to throw the switch. They know that that's better, but they just can't stomach the idea of apologizing to this guy's wife for killing him, so they don't want to do it. And it's that type of person who I think is the type of person who doesn't want to vote, because I think that they might be able to tell that one of these things is better or worse than the other. But they're not willing to get involved with it.
I'm pulling that level. Ain't even a question.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you just...
for me. I'm pulling the level. It's not even a question.
Right. Okay. And I think that that's how voting works. Like if you say that you don't want to throw the lever, you're giving up an opportunity to have a less terrible outcome. And I think that people on the far left sometimes are compassionate to a fault in the fact that they don't think that the train going in either direction is good. They say both are bad. One person dies, 5 people dies, and I'm like, right, but you just have to be competent enough you have to have the emotional fortitude to do something that you know feels uncomfortable and bad, even though it leads to an obviously better outcome. So I mean that's my concern with leftists generally.
Yeah, well, the big thing with them that kind of got me out of it, was I would notice they would, be pro LGBTQ, and then whenever like there was a straight man to insult, the first thing they do is insult him for being gay, and it just felt like virtue signaling.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of people have slightly problematic things baked into the way that they speak English. I'm guilty of it, like I get in trouble sometimes for calling callers a bitch if they're being a bitch, but I also kind of push back on it and say that, like, I think that we need to unclutch our pearls a little bit when we deal with people who use such offensive language to talk about us. But there's a nuanced argument to be had about whether or not it's problematic for me to use that language in the way that I do use it. And it's the same thing with somebody calling something gay as like an insult in the way that we all did when we were in like elementary school, which I didn't personally, because I just didn't get exposed to that type of language in that way. But again, I think that our compassion gets in the way if we let that derail an otherwise important conversation.
Yeah.
It's important. We can address it, but every time when somebody's talking to me on my show and they say some language that I find problematic, or they mispronounce Kamala Harris's name or something like that, I make a decision in that moment. Am I going to derail the conversation to address this little nitty gritty thing about language, or do I not? And sometimes I choose one way, and sometimes I choose another.
It's more so for me, just the pure hypocrisy in it all. And I just noticed like the left being hypocrites all the time. Especially
I think I think that lots of people are hypocritical. When you say the left, are you talking about the entire left, like left of center?
No, not the entire left. I don't want to put them all into a box. I usually exclude the people who actually are left, like the academics. I exclude them from the conversation. I think you should listen to academics. I don't know. Like, why would you want to listen to some, 33-year-old truck driver about politics when you could listen to someone who went to college about it, made that their profession? I get that a 33-year-old truck driver has something they can provide to the conversation, but if I'm learning about politics, I don't want it to be from a 33-year-old truck driver.
Well, I mean, I'm a 31-year-old stranger on the internet, and you're listening to me, right? I mean, we can have...
Yeah.
I think the danger in listening to random people on the internet is trusting what they say about the nature of reality, whereas I can reason with a person. I can talk to a person and make them think things that make them realize that they're wrong internally. But people shouldn't just believe people like me on the internet. But it sounds like you're more skeptical than that, which is good. You're trying to understand this stuff a little bit more comprehensively, and it sounds to me like you're doing a really good faith effort of that, and you're just trying to get a hold of it. But I think what you're going to run into is that you're not going to find anywhere on the political spectrum where everybody's reasonable. That's a lost cause. There are people who are my direct neighbors on the political spectrum, where in terms of what we vote for and what we want for the country and what we think is ethical, we're like 99 or 100% aligned. But their arguments are bad, or they'll say and do things that I think are really problematic. They'll be mean to people in a way that I think is inappropriate, right? Like, yeah. For basically, for me to insult somebody's appearance, they need to insult mine. At that point, I'm like, all right, here we are in the middle school playground, fucking hurling insults at each other. I'll play this game. I've got a pretty sharp tongue. Let's entertain everybody by going to blows with insults or whatever. But when I don't like that when people put their camera up, because I asked them to, because they're being bigoted on my show. Like, people like immediately go to insult their appearance, and it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, shouldn't we reward the fact that he took one good faith step and turned on his camera? Like, I can say that if you have a good heart and you really watch for your neighbors to, you really watch the behavior of your neighbors on the political spectrum, there's nowhere where you're going to be happy, because there's unreasonable people of every walk of life. So I wouldn't say use that as your burden. Just really try to think, is this particular argument a good argument? Is this particular policy a good policy? Is this particular ethical position a good one? And it sounds to me like that is what you're thinking about.
All right, yeah. Well, I know you wanted to talk some Trumpies, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry about.
I love these little asides into what somebody your age experiences as they navigate politics, and I think that your approach to it is one that will probably put you on some good footing if you keep thinking critically about this stuff. So I appreciate you coming up and just sharing a little bit about where you are. It's important, I think, for the show I'm running.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too, James. W's in the chat for James. Wasn't going to grill him on exactly what he believes. I don't think that's important for that. If James, if you've got something in particular you want to discuss, anytime, you're welcome up. Elusive Viper sent $10 to say shout out to staff Oscar, Raven, Noodle Walker, and Jessica Wormtongue of the 2 Couches and the 0 Chairs of Mayor of Minnesota, Screamer of Songs, Mary of the Green Stuff, Queen, Regent of Studio B, Censor. Of Agony. There's a second message. Of Agony, ex-Vice Walker of Noodles, Yeller of Kronos, assistant to the regional Oscar, 420 6/7 of her name, Scroyster of Skrillixels, teller of jokes, master of lighting. I don't think that Jessie, I don't think your title has gotten long enough.
I do think Elusive, I'm gonna have trouble fitting that one on a nameplate.
Oh yeah, I don't think we're gonna fit. I don't think we can fit the nameplate in the room.
I could put the tentative producer camera up.
Do we have a tentative? Oh, that's right.
Count.
Wait, hold on. Let's
My posture is abhorrent.
Let's see. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one.
The wrong one.
There we go. There's producer.
We do have a producer cam, guys.
Look at that. That's hilarious. I forgot we have two phones in the room that are connected to this stream. Those are cameras.
Phones, one. Yeah. Yeah. I think the best accusation of the day is the worm tongue. I'm not giving enough Skrillex or critical without my eyebrows on.
Thank you, Jessie.
Put me away, please.
back in the corner with Jessie. No, Jessie is not my girlfriend.
He wishes.
Oh, shut up, Jesse. It's fucking hilarious to me though. I address it every now and then because it's the two staff that I have at this show. My two employees are both women, and it's just amazing the reliability with which the chuds who call in are like, "Have you sexually harassed them yet?" Like, I'm like, "Oh, dude, why is that the first thing you think of?" Like, oh,
No, not only that, but we break all of the stereotypes because we were both single for like the most formative 6 months of our friendship.
Yeah.
We were just both single out here.
Thank you, Tina. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just
Somebody asked if I'm a lesbian. No, canonically, I have a boyfriend.
yes. I think that like more or less what's going on is that I think that men really struggle having platonic friendships, obviously, but I think that like the idea of a man having a platonic friendship is just utterly nonsensical to a misogynist. It's kind of what it boils down to, I think. I don't think it goes much farther than that.
It does not.
Jazz Baroncrab sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say, in reality, if you throw the switch after the first set of wheels past the junction, the trolley will lock its wheels and all 6 workers will survive. Outsmarted the problem. I don't know if, I mean, thinking outside the box is cool, but it's kind of outside the spirit of the trolley problem, which is to deal with a direct dilemma between two things. Look up Senex. I shall. What is Senex? Latin word for old man or aged.
Oh, so they're talking about you? Boom, roasted.
Yeah, you know, my mom said that she named me Oscar because she wanted me to have an old man name because she figured I was going to be like an old man.
Wait, we didn't ever put my meme up on the screen. I'm still out here memeing. You guys just can't see it.
Oh, wait, hold on. See, I gotta teach you and everybody else how we're supposed to do this. You're supposed to open link in new tab and then open in a new tab so you can control zoom and get it nice in there. Billionaire's trolley dilemma. You could save either group, or you can just be the first trolley in space while running over both groups. It's fucking sad how accurate that is. That's kind of heartbreaking.
I didn't even realize the meme spelled dilemma wrong entirely, but you know what? So be it.
So it fucking goes. All right. Jesse, come take the main seat. I need to use the restroom.
No.
Yeah, be presentable.
I'm done.
I believe in you. We don't have any callers, so tease some of the chuds to call in.
How?
I don't know. Yell at.
You guys like my Christmas pajama pants? I'm rocking like 2 hours of sleep total because of the studio setup time. And so when Oscar came here this morning, I just rolled out of bed and that's it. I did not put on my eyebrows as noted. And just these bright lights really always make me super self-conscious about it. Someone said they really like sensing agony. Thank you. What are my tats? Can I do a tattooer on a political stream? This is a Pokemon. And this is from Fallout. And this one's from Minecraft. And then Gravity Falls. And then Futurama. Yeah. That's the tattooer. I'm getting How to Train Your Dragon next. Is Studio B at Jesse's apartment? No comment. I'm in my jammies because I want to be. Oh, I can't see YouTube chat. That's usually who's bullying me. TikTok chat is kind. Oh no. I'm so not good at filling air. How's everyone's day going? What are we doing for our Saturdays? I'm playing a show. I hear him. Unfortunately, I think that's just because the bathroom is very close by. Luna. Somebody said Luna. Yeah, we'll get a Luna cam as soon as she shows her face. She's horrifically shy. I love her though. Got a lot of leaners off screening. Okay, I'm gonna stand up again, but then they're gonna see my pajama pants again. My native care shirt. Oh yeah, speaking of native, one day I wear my biblically accurate shirt.
you could put pants on.
That wouldn't suit my agenda for right after the show, which is to roll right back into bed. My bed's in the living room, by the way. Oh, I see people did.
Yo, what's
request
cracking,
to, like,
Oskar
help
Quentin?
How was the scooter meetup? Tell us about it, Dr. Dankenstein.
I am editing a video on it right now. It was crazy. Last night I went out to downtown Minneapolis where easily at least 1,000, probably more young people, 90% like college age, were there. Like they took like every flock it was a protest against flock cameras being annoying on Lime scooters and spin scooters throughout the city. It was awesome.
Yeah, I'm sad I wasn't able to go have some fun.
Your studio looks fucking great though, dude. Holy shit.
Thanks, man. I was a little busy last night because there, we were using most of the same gear, and the show is 4 hours, which means there's a 20-hour window to get it moved into a new space. So it was a little fucking hectic yesterday.
Yeah. Wow.
And then the plan is because we've made it an hour and a half into the stream without really addressing it. The plan, as alluded to by the fact that I have this little Studio B sign up in the background here, is for me to work on my apartment and get that set back up so that this can stay a functional studio and my apartment can also be a functional studio. So Oskar Quentin Studios is now Oskar Quentin Studios instead of Oskar Quentin Studio apartment.
Very nice. Very nice.
But yeah, so I'm looking forward to the video. Everybody watching this should be following this account, Dr. Dankenstein42069 on Instagram as well, because I bet your video about last night's going to be good, because when you go to a thing that happened in Minneapolis and make a video on it, tends to be good. So I definitely look forward to seeing that. And I look forward to more wizard content. You got to come back on the show as a wizard sometimes.
Oh, fuck. I'll see if you can come around later today then.
I'll look for you in the queue.
Bobby, the transsexual commie, just followed me. Yo, Bobby, what's up? Man, there are so many people who would get angry just based on your name, Bobby. Hell yeah.
Given the way that TikTok censorship works, I will say there are the usernames seem to get around it. Like, you can type something worse into the username bar than you can type into the comments bar. Yeah, there's there are some usernames in this chat that are jokes about a certain fallen hero on the right that are not jokes you could type into the comments section.
Speaking of which,
my chat knows who I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, no. Good old CK.
Good old CK. Got anything else before I let you go, Derek?
No, I just wanted to say hi. Yo, what's up?
Love you, buddy.
Love you too, bud.
Friend of the show. One of the several Dereks. Friend of the human. I do know Derek in person. We were like friends in passing before all this social media stuff, but we both got busy on social media during Metro Surge, and then we became closer friends out of that. So I'm hoping to get more crossovers done with him now that I'm a little less busy, because I've hired some people to do the work for me. Thanks, everybody. Like Jammerbanks, who sent $2 on YouTube Super Chat to say, Jessie Mayor Fund. She is going to be mayor of Minnesota. We are excited to get that particular spot created on the ballot. Brienne sent $5 on Venmo to say, I am white and my kids are mixed. For some reason, people think they can openly be racist with me. It hurts my heart. Every time I hear you fight the racists, it heals a little part of me and my family. I appreciate you, Jessie and Raven, for everything you do. Brienne, I think I saw your comment somewhere else the other day. You were talking about that. I think under the Instagram video, that lady saying that if she wasn't white, she'd be scared right now, but she also doesn't believe in white privilege. So I saw your comment. I was thinking about you yesterday, and I'm thinking about you now. Thank you for the $5. It is fucked up. I fucking hate it when I'm like selling a lawnmower on fucking Facebook Marketplace, and the guy thinks it's cool to just like casually refer to those N-words over there. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, take your money back. Get away from me. Like, fucking, RJ Raid. Hello, RJ Raiders. Welcome to the show. Have you come at an opportune time? Are we about to have a meaningful, productive conversation with Stephen Courtney VO? We shall see. How old are you?
Hey, I'm 24, 25 in a couple days.
All right.
I'm not a Trump supporter. I just had a quick question. If you're willing to entertain it,
sure.
No worries if not. Great. So just a little backstory. I kind of grew up in a household that didn't vote. So I'm not super I guess, versed when it comes to a lot of political things. I have my TikTok here is I'm a professional voice actor, so usually I just throw a couple things on here. But lately I've been watching like you and Dean and Parker and learning a lot. So my big question is, as I'm going through and learning a little more about politics and things like that, what are the best ways to find good research information? Especially, I mean, obviously I don't use the Google AI, I don't use AI sources. I try to be as non-biased as possible, but I also don't have a lot of time. So sometimes, having that free time to look for something and kind of put it together, I just don't always know what I'm looking for.
Well, so the difficult answer when it comes to like me giving somebody just a source recommendation is that the sources I offer are so different depending on the type of question that we're trying to answer. When it comes to following politics, though, the big one I can say is look at the language of the bill, which is unfortunately a little difficult. It's it's a little inaccessible for some people because you need to be reasonably literate and reasonably educated about the way that laws are written in order to read a bill and see what it's about. But we have a situation where I'll be perfectly willing to say some people on the left do this as well, but it's a very big problem on the right of people saying that a bill is going to accomplish something that it just won't. Saying it's going to address a problem that it just won't. And when it comes to bigger political actions in terms of like what's going on with foreign policy, it can be really hard to just find a candid look at exactly what the actions of our politicians are actually going to do to the greater world. If it's international, it's easy to look at someone like BBC or the BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, and say that if they are discussing what Americans are going to do, they're probably doing it with a candid interest in what's going to happen, as opposed to left or right, because they don't really care so much about left or right. They just care about what the United States is going to do as a foreign entity. But I mean, other than just like making sure that you're following the exact policy positions of the politicians, is there a particular avenue that you're concerned about getting better information about?
Not necessarily. I was able to come 2020, and obviously with everything going on, that's when I actually started paying attention to politics, because I mean it then my life.
I am losing you. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Bad signal.
Sorry, I'm walking to work, so.
No worries. Here, I'm going to disconnect you just for the signal.
I didn't have anything in particular.
It's like my least favorite thing, that when I kick someone for signal and they keep going for a little bit, and it's sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. I just couldn't hear what you were saying. But if you want to get in the Discord, we do actually have up-to-date news sources. We have a person on there who gets some descriptions posted with some reasonable sources for things as they happen up to date. I'm trying to grow that. I'm trying to make the news feed bigger, and Snake knows I've been slacking on responding to my messages about getting progress on that done, because I've been a little busy as of late. But it is hard. It is, I like, there's no short answer to where do I look for the truth. So that's why I asked, like, in what domain? Because I can say that if you're following an election, you should follow the AP. If you're following international affairs, the BBC generally has a pretty candid take on the United States. If you're looking at what's actually going on here, you can use congress.gov to look at the language of bills, but the reports that politicians post there tend to be, well, it depends on the politician, right? You have to look at who's posting them and determine whether or not they're an individual that you trust in that way. Or, as you often have to do with news articles, actually see what it says, see what they're referencing, go watch the actual thing. If there's a news article that's reporting on what a politician says, go find the video of them speaking instead of listening to some opinion piece about what they said, because that's always going to color it in a particular way. Keemokazi's really trying to get up here, but I don't know. I just had you up yesterday, Keem. What's new today? What's new today? Okay. I like questions. What's up?
First off, I want to say I like your new background though. It looks way better. But I don't like the fuck ice flag, but everything else it looks better. Like, just being honest. Like,
that was the purpose of changing it, so that I appreciate that.
Well, I like your new setup, and got a quick question. What's your Discord? Like, your Discord server?
Oh, I think it is just Oskar Quentin friends and mods, but there's a link tree in the bio to get in there. I don't know if they'll let you in, Keemokazi. You're not quite a friendly.
You don't have to be friendly to be in the Discord. Come on. You should make like a debate. You should make like a debate channel in there so people can debate like offline.
There are debate channels in there for us friendlies to discuss things, but in general the Discord is supposed to be a supportive, friendly environment. It's not a debate arena.
I'm technically a friendly.
I already see in the chat that the Discord mods are saying no.
I feel like we're pretty friendly. We're just like different beliefs, you know?
Okay, here. At the end of the day, I am the supreme overlord of the Discord. So while I trust them on day-to-day matters, and I can just tell you that they said no, according to producer Jessie, I would also say that the reason that I would say no to having you in my Discord, Keemokazi, is because you're untrustworthy. And I really hate to have to say that, because I do consider our interactions to be friendly. But for those who don't know who I'm talking to, this is an 18-year-old caller who's been calling in since he turned 18 back in February, when I had you first called in when I had 50 people watching.
I've been here since you were in the gutters with 0 followers.
Yeah, 100%. And you've made a lot of progress on certain things, but there are a lot of issues where you've made absolutely no progress, and you've demonstrated yourself to be perfectly willing to do some disingenuous, dishonest stuff to win the argument. And the thing that we're really trying to avoid in the Discord is disingenuous behavior. So even if, not everybody there agrees on everything, I've popped into the voice chats and heard some interesting conversations about interesting disagreements happening. But in general, we want it to be a friendly, non-oppositional environment. And we don't want people messing with it. And I can't, based on your behavior on my show, I can't say that I trust you in that way. And that's what the mods are after when people apply to join the Discord.
It's fine. I mean, I don't gotta join, but I was just wondering.
I'm just saying that that I think somebody in the chat, Pagan here, says no, he's not grown interpersonally, and I think that you are still very much stuck in some of the ways that you've been stuck since day one. Because once again, you think that the Earth is flat and that we didn't go to the moon, and I think
100% think the Earth is flat. I'm just 50-50 on it. I'm not 100% a flat earther again. I think it could go either way, honestly, from what I've heard.
That's too much uncertainty about the shape of the Earth.
So the only reason is because I just don't really trust anything anymore after all the lies of everything. They lie about it. So how do I know that they didn't lie about that?
So here, let me. Here's an important question. There's a video I have going big on Instagram right now with this woman saying that she only believes things that she can see, and she wasn't believing any of the things I told her. So I asked her if she believes that the Holocaust happened. And she said yes. And I said, well, okay, but you didn't see it happen. And she says, but we know, because it's so obvious to her that something like that is obviously true, even though she wasn't alive for it. Do you have a driver's license, Keemokazi? I know you're only 18.
Yes, sir. I have my driver's license.
When you drive across a big, tall bridge, how are you so sure that it's not going to collapse?
You see, I'm not sure.
Well, you can't be certain. In fact, I live in a city where we had a major bridge collapse. One of our interstates crosses a river in the city, and the fucking bridge collapsed in 2007 or something like that, and it killed a bunch of people.
But if I'm being honest, I don't go over very many bridges.
Right. But you expect your car to not catch on fire while you're driving it. You expect the roads to not collapse underneath you and cause you to crash. You expect the bridges to not collapse and kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
Because you trust it. I don't know.
Why do you trust it?
I've just gotten. I don't know. You kind of get used to it. I don't know. I never even before I had my license, I was never worried about anything. I guess it's something you just, I don't know, instincts. You just don't worry about it.
Well, I don't know if it is instincts, because you actually kind of got closer to maybe the way that I think about it, which is that the reason I don't fear that the bridges are going to collapse, even though my city has a counterexample, we had a bridge collapse. There was also
they're well built. They're well designed.
Well, it's just because it's rare for bridges to collapse. Was it the Francis Scott Keys Bridge that was knocked over by a shipping container last year, and that was a big deal? That was a huge failure, and people they're still investigating it and trying to figure out how things went so wrong for a disabled container ship that it was able to take out a bridge, which is $1 billion project that's going to fuck up people's commute. So people are going to spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of hours sitting in traffic because this bridge is going to be closed for years while they fix it. But we both recognize bridge collapses are just very, very rare. And that's because we go through life crossing bridges with enough of a frequency to know that they're generally okay. And my issue with people like you and callers like you and people who believe some of the things in politics that we believe now is that it doesn't seem like you're interested in using the same system of trust that you have for bridges and infrastructure to certain things that matter for politics. When you eat food at the grocery store, you expect it not to poison you, right?
Yeah.
Right. There's a whole organization in the government whose job it is to make sure that that food doesn't poison you. That's the Food and Drug Administration. That's the FDA. So there are these systems in place to protect you from wrongdoing where you just have to trust the experts. Do you know anything about how to avoid making food poisonous if you're making it in a big factory where lots of different food gets made?
No, I've never done that. No.
Do you know anything about bridge design?
Probably know a thing or two.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I do know a thing or two about these things, but I don't consider myself an expert. Could you look at a bridge design and tell me if it was a safe bridge design?
Probably. Probably.
Well,
you can tell if something's sturdy or not, you know?
Well, no, I don't think that you can. There are cases where even the engineers make big mistakes about how things are designed, and it's just not at all obvious. I am a little bit educated in bridge design. I did the bridge design challenge in my engineering class. I made a balsa wood bridge out of glue and balsa wood, and we had to compete with the other classmates to see whose bridge was the strongest. And what that taught me is that a bridge that looks strong might not be very strong, because some of the strongest bridges that day in class in high school all those years ago were some of the rinky-dinkest looking bridges that people had brought, and I thought that they just half-assed it, when in reality they had just outsmarted the problem in a better way than I had tried to. So their bridge looked less impressive, looked weaker, but it was way stronger. It's counterintuitive.
Either way. You can go either
right.
way.
So I know that there are people who spend their whole lives learning how to design bridges, and it's those people that we let build bridges, and I just have some trust in society that the bridges are going to be sturdy. And you know, for that to work, well, for my life to work, I just have to trust that all over the place. I'm in a building right now. I have like 1 million pounds of concrete above and below me. I don't expect that this building's going to collapse, but I don't know anything about it. I just trust that the city I live in doesn't allow buildings to become so decrepit that they collapse, even though in Surfside, Florida, we had exactly that happen, where a big apartment building collapsed just because they hadn't been up to date on making sure that the rebar in the concrete wasn't rusting, and a building collapsed and killed a bunch of people. But I know that there are so many buildings in the country that happening once in Florida doesn't mean that it's likely to happen here in Minneapolis. And also, it's very interesting for me to watch how we handle those sorts of collapses. Like, what investigatory steps do we take to make sure that there aren't other buildings that have the same problem, that have slipped through the cracks in the same way? Just like the water that slipped through the cracks to cause the rebar to rust. So I navigate life knowing that in a lot of ways, to function in society at all, you just have to put your life in the hands of strangers. Do you recognize that about the way that you live your life? Oh, he left. I don't think he ran. I bet his phone died or something. Keemokazi's not a runner. Don't call him a runner. He's not a runner, and he does tend to listen to my teacher mode discussions that I have. But nobody else is in the queue, so I'll read some donations if there are any. There are a couple. Thank you, Anakaniac, for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Won't be able to catch the lives or donate for quite a bit, so giving you one more round of support, and we'll be catching the VODs. Thanks for everything you and the team do. Anakaniac, I look forward to seeing you back in the chat. Whatever's got you busy, I hope it's fun. Sean sent $2 to say, Jessie, Fall feels like it should be an anime intro. Talking about Fall by Sensing Agony, song and band for which Jessie, the producer, is the vocalist. She is not in the room at the moment. But you definitely should go listen to Fall by Sensing Agony if you want to support the staff of this show in that way. Let's see. Oh, I bet Lucky Phil is screaming if he bought me a coffee and I haven't read it. But sometimes when I refresh it, it just doesn't work. He did. He sent $5 to say, W Slutty Kronos, W Jessie, W Oscar. I guess I'll catch the VOD for the rest because I need to take mom somewhere nice tomorrow for lunch. Be awesome, and a reminder, listen to Carrot Juice's Murder by the Arrogant Worms would be a fun song to add to your repertoire. I gotta listen to that. I gotta work on my repertoire. That's one of the things. I've not been practicing my music nearly enough. I am still a musician. It is still a thing I spend time on. And Emily over on Venmo sent me $25. She said, about to go on a date with a hot leftist man. Wish me luck. Sending my usual love. Heart, heart. Good luck, Emily. I hope he's awesome. I hope you have fun tonight. Whatever you guys are going to get up to. Nobody in the queue. Oh, got another donation. J-Dog, $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Just discovered you from Parker's stream. Glad to see a fellow Hennepin County resident succeeding. Vikings are on in 15. I don't follow sports, but I can definitely get behind a little bit of trash talking between us and some of our enemies across the river over in Wisconsin. So yeah, enjoy the game, and howdy, neighbor. Keemokazi's back. Maybe we can just pick up where we left off. Where did we leave off?
That's
The
my
ADHD
bad.
fairies took that one away. No worries. I figured you had a good reason, Keemokazi. What were we talking about? Where were we? We were talking about trust in society. We were talking about how you trust that the bridge isn't going to collapse. You trust that your house isn't going to collapse even though you didn't build it. You trust that your car isn't going to catch on fire even though it runs on literal explosions. You have to have trust in systems in society. Do you agree that we all just have to do that?
Yep, 100%.
This tap water, it's from a different source than I normally drink tap water from because this is a new space that I'm in. I trust this tap water is not going to kill me because if I was just so untrusting of everything, I'd be very thirsty, and I don't want to be thirsty. I want to be well hydrated, and I want to be healthy. So my question for you, Keemokazi, why is it that you can trust that the engineer is made a bridge that's not going to collapse? Why is it that you can trust that the home inspector that inspected your house when it was constructed made sure that it wasn't going to collapse and made it safe for occupancy? But you can't trust that NASA's not lying about going to space.
Money. It's really just about money.
It's about money? What do you mean?
They want to get us away from God, Christianity. They try and push us far away. That's why it's just all a corrupt organization, honestly.
But NASA does a bunch of things that are as functionally important to your life as the work of all the civil engineers, all the people who build the power lines and the pipes that bring the water to your house. Like, NASA has put infrastructure in place that allows satellites to deliver this show to you. There's a very good chance that this conversation that we're having is being facilitated with satellites in some way. It certainly is being facilitated with satellites for some of the people watching. Anybody watching on cellular data is going to be using, well, not necessarily satellite technology, but a lot of people get their internet through satellites in some way or another. So do you just doubt that any of that is true? Oh, what's going on, Keemokazi? Is he getting phone calls? He's got to get his phone figured out if he's going to be on the show. It's disruptive. But yeah, I take Keemokazi seems to have a gut reaction to certain claims that he just says are fake. Yeah, that's a good question, Z50 Jumper. Does he think that Starlink is fake? Maybe, right? Like, because which is going to win? His distrust of space travel or his adoration of Elon Musk? I assume Keemokazi adores Elon Musk. Steven, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thanks for having me up. I'll look more into stuff. Yeah. And keep listening. When I say that there's like not a fast answer to the question, I believe is if I'm remembering the right person, is Steven was asking about sources for getting educated about this stuff. It's hard when I can just say that there isn't a good answer and I can ramble a little bit about certain sources that I use for certain things. But the difficulty is that there's no quick way to get educated about that. And one of the reasons that I consider myself pretty educated about all this stuff is just because I've spent my life keeping an eye on it. It's taken me a very long time to get up to speed with what's going on in American politics. I would argue it's taken my entire life. So when somebody who's not up to speed right now says that they, want to get up to speed, it's a little difficult for me to try to paint the path that they should navigate. But I definitely know that they should listen with more of an open mind and scrutinize everything they hear, because it is really trying to get to the bottom of some of the things where people on the left and right disagree. That'll kind of teach you where to look if you want to look for the consistency, if you want to look for the argument that makes sense, if you want to look for the data that backs up what's happening in the real world. Carol says in the chat that it takes decades of learning. It really does. It's very, very, very hard to become a person who's impervious to bullshit. And I'm not even impervious to bullshit. I have been wrong catastrophically on the show regularly. I'm only human, and I don't think that people should take everything that I say as some sort of monolith of the truth, when it just absolutely certainly isn't, because I get stuff wrong. Do something, community. What would Jesus do? Said word salad. I'm sure that he was definitely here for more than 5 seconds before he said that. And I'm definitely sure that if he thinks that I'm not making any sense, he's going to get in the request queue and have a conversation with me about what he thinks that I'm not making sense about. But no, I think he's just a troll. Law of the Wild is in here. Law of the Wild says I call him out on it. He does. Law of the Wild is usually the quickest person to tell me that I'm spewing some bullshit when I am, because Law of the Wild has some expertise that I'm never going to develop, because he's spent years and years of his life studying some things that I will never have the time to study, which is why I depend on people like Law of the Wild. Carol says read books. I say read books too, and people ask for book recommendations, and I can give the odd cheeky book recommendation here and there. And when we get oskarquentin.com built, we're gonna get some like a reading list on there of stuff that I really care about. It's a project of mine. I want to go through all my old boxes of books and like really pick the ones that I think are important to me. But I just tell people to read more books because people don't fucking read enough. And if you read more, you'll just get smarter. Like even if you're not reading the best books, like it's just so good for your brain functioning well to read and interpret new things and just force yourself to do the work of reading it off paper instead of having a video tell it to you. I have to connect with people through videos because that's the way it works in 2026, and I'm trying to get my hands in American politics and get engaged with it. But if I have your attention through this entertaining platform, put the fucking phone down, read some books after the stream. So many people don't read books. Like when I was younger, I wanted to write books. But I just kind of realized that like the books I was planning on writing when I was going to school were books that only people who already whatever I was trying to accomplish by having somebody read my book, only a person for whom that had already happened to them would read a book in the first place. So I just realized it wasn't the medium for that, and I got kind of disenchanted with the idea of educating the masses because I didn't want to like become a streamer or something. I don't know. Here I am. Michelle, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. You have a gift for teaching. Keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. But I will also say it has just come with a lot of experience. grtlooksie, didn't I tell him he needed to turn his camera on if he wanted to be on my show? Which one was he? Was he the one who was saying that Native Americans didn't get slaughtered by white people? What happened? Who are you?
Yeah, I'm the guy, the immigration guy.
Yeah, you said I brought up that like in the context of when America started, we white people were the illegal immigrants in the 1700s and the 1600s, and you started.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, then so I need you to turn your camera on, but the button is blocked out, so I'm going to kick you off my show. Anything else before you go?
Wait. If we move, I don't want to turn my camera on. You're not going to dox me for saying that, but let's.
I'm
move
sorry.
on.
Do you think that having your face associated with your political beliefs is doxing?
No, I think you want me to show my face so people know who I am, and they're going to try to refer.
I just think that one of the reasons people refuse to show their face on here is because they fear the idea of somebody in their life knowing what their political beliefs are. And if you consider that doxing, then you consider doxing to be something different than I consider it to be, which is to release personal information against somebody's will to the masses. I'm saying
I
that
understand that, but I think they're going to find my fakes and they're going to try to dox me.
Okay, why do you think that some random caller into my show who spews the similar caliber of bullshit to everybody else is at any risk due to doxing because of their face being out there? My face is out there. I get death threats. But I have a 250,000 followers.
Before.
Yeah, but I have a 250,000 followers from people who hate what I'm doing because it's clearly...
Okay, exactly, and I don't have a 250,000 followers, so I'm in danger.
I'm saying that I'm in greater danger, and you're being a coward.
Yeah, but you're rich, though. Like, you're...
I wouldn't say I'm rich.
Well, you're decent. I don't really have that.
You don't have what?
I don't know if my job will allow me to work still, you know?
Yeah. Why? Because of your political beliefs?
Yeah, probably.
Right. So you're afraid of the consequences that you'll have in your life if people know what a reprehensible piece of shit you are, so you don't show your face. So my assessment of you is accurate.
Do you know the Federalist Papers?
I'm not going to talk to you about anything other than how much of a coward you are, because you won't.
Do you know the Federalist Papers?
I'm not going to talk to you about the Federalist Papers. I'm going to talk about how much of a coward you are, or I'm going to click the disconnect button.
Would you say George Washington?
I'm not interested in talking to you about
Thomas
George Washington.
I'm
not interested in any of that. It's not going to work.
Why
are you attempting this?
Anonymous.
Why on earth are you sitting and flailing like an insolent child on my show when I have said very clearly to you that I'm not interested in discussing anything other than the fact that you're not willing to turn your camera on?
I'm not turning my camera on because you'll target me and you want my job to fire me.
I mean, maybe your job should fire you. I don't know what your job is.
Okay,
Maybe
so you agree you want me to fire. Why would I turn my camera on if you agree you want
Depending
me to
on
be
what
fired?
your job is, I could imagine that some of the things that you've said on my show being a problem. I could imagine firing you. I could imagine firing an employee if I found out that he'd said some of the things that you've said.
Okay, so Thomas
history
Jefferson
denier.
was a coward for the Federalist Papers, which he did anonymously?
I'm not interested in discussing anything with you until you turn your camera on.
But you're saying I'm a coward, and you use the fact that I hate the Constitution, apparently. But do you hate the Constitution?
You do hate the Constitution.
Okay, but you hate the Constitution because you called Thomas Jefferson a coward, and he did the same.
I'm calling you a coward.
Huh?
I'm calling you a coward.
Yeah, for not showing my face, but Thomas Jefferson didn't show
We can
his
talk
face
about Thomas
when-
Jefferson after you stop being a coward.
I'm not a coward. I'm not showing my face because you're going to dox me. You're going to try to find my job.
How
and I'm not
am
letting
I
that
going?
happen.
Dude, do you think that if you turned your camera on and we're on this show, I would ever think about you again other than posting the clips like in a couple of weeks when those get edited? Like,
okay,
dude,
yeah.
I
you're
don't
gonna
spend
post
my
the
time
clips,
chasing
and
people
are gonna
around.
see my-
I don't
You're gonna
spend
post
my
the clips,
time
people are going to see
chasing
the clips, and people are going to try to find my job, find me.
Why are you
They're
going
gonna
around
alert
on
my
the
job, and
internet?
I'll get fired. I'm
Why
not
are
going to
you-
let that happen.
Why are you? Do you think that your beliefs are good? Do you think you're being a good person on here?
It doesn't matter what I think is good. It matters
If you
what
believe,
think
if
is
you
good,
have a
and
spine,
think
if you
that I
if you
should be
actually
doxxed.
believe in what you, I don't want you doxxed. Stop saying that.
You said that. You said my job should fire me.
Maybe they should, but that doesn't require you being doxxed.
No, you said they should. Don't take it back. Say, oh, I said maybe. You said they should fire me.
I said maybe they should, depending on what your job is. That's what I said. I also didn't say that I want you doxxed. I said that I specifically don't want you doxxed. Why are you saying that I do want you doxxed?
Because you literally just said you want me fired for my job.
Why?
And
Do you think that being fired for doing something bad is the same as being doxxed?
if they find my job, that means they know my information, meaning they doxed me.
No, being doxxed is having your private information that you were unwilling to post yourself to the internet broadcast to the public. I'm asking you to voluntarily stop being a cowardly little bitch and turn your camera on. You don't have
I'm
to.
not
You can
being
keep being a cowardly little bitch if you want to.
A coward? Why do you hate Americans?
I'll talk to you about Thomas Jefferson after you turn your camera on. Mr. doesn't believe in the Constitution.
So your fans can find me and fire me from my job. I'm not.
Has that happened to anybody?
Huh?
Did you know of do you know of that happening to somebody through my show? I don't.
Not your show specifically.
I wouldn't be
but I know it
surprised if
happens
some
to,
of the
like,
people
some
who
Dean Withers people.
Okay.
Some people.
But again, why? Like if I was going to get fired for my political beliefs,
maybe it's some random guy that sees me, tries and has a personal problem with me, and they'll try to dox me.
Right. So you're so afraid of the world knowing who you are that you want to hide behind the
I'm not afraid.
I consider what you are wearing right now to be the Klansman's hood of 2026. You don't want people to know what your political beliefs are. You don't want people to know.
Everyone I don't like is the KKK.
No, that's not what I said. It's just that you're hiding your face.
Klansman hood.
Why did the Klansmen wear hoods?
To make people fear them.
No.
And privacy. Yeah.
Privacy. Right. Why do you not want
the Klansmen? Are Antifa Klansmen?
Why are you not turning on your camera?
For privacy.
I am Antifa. I am anti-fascist, and I'm on camera. So whatever you're saying about me isn't going to work.
Okay.
Why like the Klansmen? Why like the Klansmen? Excuse me.
Why do you wear masks, then?
Look at me. You are looking at my face. Hello. I'm not wearing a mask.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Antifa in general.
We are talking about the only two people present who are you and me. I don't wear a mask. I'm not wearing a mask. You are, Mr. Klansman. Please take your mask off by turning on.
Everybody who wears a mask is a Klans?
Everybody who wears a mask to avoid.
What happened to COVID?
I am making because you know that's fucking different. People, no. That's disingenuous bullshit, and you know it. No, you know that there's a.
I'm wearing a mask.
Are you suggesting that the Klansmen wore their hoods to protect people from dangerous diseases? It's disingenuous, dude. That argument's not going to work. Nobody watching my show is that stupid.
Why are you anti-mask, bro? It's not disingenuous to say I'm a Klansman for wanting to protect my privacy, something that the founding fathers did when they wrote the Federalist Papers. They did the exact same thing. Are you calling them cowards?
I'm calling you a coward.
Are you anti-constitutional?
Take off the hood, Mr. Klansman, and we'll talk about it.
Is Thomas Jefferson a Klansman?
Take off the hood, Mr. Klansman, and we'll talk about it.
It's Alex Preddy a Klansman. He wore a mask.
off the hood, Mr. Klansman, and we will talk
Is
about
Alex Preddy a Klansman?
Take off the hood, Mr. Klansman, and we will
Is
talk
Alex
about
Preddy a
it.
Klansman?
Take off the hood, Mr. Klansman, and we will talk
Alex
about
Preddy a
my dead
Klansman?
neighbor, Alex Preddy. Take off the hood, and we can talk about it face to face.
Was Alex
Take
Preddy?
off
Was,
the
sorry,
hood,
was
and
Alex
we can
Preddy a
we can
Klansman?
have a personal conversation about it face to face.
No.
Why not?
I'm not gonna let you find my job. No, that's dumb.
Then have some political beliefs that won't get you fired, or work a different fucking job. I was perfectly happy to get fired for my political beliefs. That didn't happen to. I got to resign from being a school teacher to run this show. But the management at my school was actually very excited about what I was doing, and they were very glad that I didn't get, like, you know, the school, like, doxxed or something like that, something horrible. But they knew that I was standing up for those kids. They knew that I was standing up for what was right. And they knew that the time I spent, like, protecting children during Metro Surge here in Minneapolis, you know, risking getting shot like Alex Preddy did, you know, they knew that demonstrated that I wasn't a fireable employee. They knew that I was looking out for those kids. You, sir, though, you are a modern day Klansman. I want people to say it more. I want people to say that in the 1800s and in the 1900s, we wore white hoods, and that's fallen out of style, because now you just get to go on the internet and wear the white hood of not having your fucking camera on this platform. And if you think you're fucking big for hiding in that way, I pity how small you truly are. Damn, life is crazy. Get the fuck up in the queue, coward. Like, What I mean, I appreciate all the engagement. You're going nuts in the chat. You've been going crazy for like an hour. That's adorable. But like, get the fuck in the queue. Damn, life is crazy. You are a coward for not getting in the queue and saying all this shit to me directly. You're saying, well, hold on. Let's see. What was the one I just read? Where was it? There's so many messages from this asshole. A liberal can't say that to me. I'm sorry. What is it I can't say to you? Why don't you hop in the queue and we'll see if I'm willing to say it to you. I bet he's not going to turn on his fucking camera. Let's see. Is this a private account? I bet. Let's see. Oh, fucking burner probably. 2 followers following 37. He made this fucking account yesterday. Wasted potential. At least it's an accurate username. Spidey77 is our next caller. Dale, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Just started your YouTube stream from the beginning.
My 8-year-old
Jessie,
cousin has more masculinity than you, pussy.
Dale, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Just started your YouTube stream from the beginning. Now Jessie should star in the next Smile movie. Flawless performance. Thank you, Dale. I appreciate you. Did I read Steven? No, I did. Tabby Badir sent $10 to say they technically were cowards when they wrote the Federalist Papers. People were not initially on board with the ratification of the Constitution so much they target hurt supporters. Yeah, again, like I said, I was willing to talk about that with the caller if he was not going to be a coward himself. Pat in the chat sent $2 to say George Washington would turn his camera on. Pat in the chat also sent $2 to say read the books that are being banned while you can. Yeah. Banned book reading is recommended in my world. Let's see. Did I get any others? Keemokazi is still in the chat, but he's kind of been jumping in and out, and that's probably making life difficult for the timestamper. Where are we? Oh man. Let's just check what's going on with Keemokazi.
Yo, my bad. That's the last time I'm gonna hop off. Someone called me again.
All right. But I guess just to get everybody up to speed, because I really want your question. Why is it that you actually, you know what? I think we got a new caller. You mind if I let you down, Keemokazi?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
I'll talk to you soon, I'm sure. Your mom, quite literally. How old are you?
27.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Nope.
You a leftist?
Yeah, are you?
I think that really depends on a person's personal definition. People who are super far left of me consider me a liberal. Most liberals consider me a leftist.
Well, do you believe that you can vote fascism out?
I think it's logically possible. I'm not that certain about the future.
Then yeah, you're a liberal. If you think that you can reform a inherently white supremacist fascist country, you're
so like so for example, if we used democracy to get some leadership elected sometime in the next few decades.
You don't live in a democracy. We live in a plutocratic oligarchy.
Great. If we used the current system to elect some people who wanted to have a constitutional convention and maybe do something extreme, like abolish the Senate because it gives disproportionate control to small states like Wyoming.
It wouldn't happen.
Never mind.
Like,
then.
we don't have any current systems that do
never
that.
mind then.
All of our current systems are like capitalists.
I don't believe
Can you name any
never
parties
happened.
that are not?
No, it never happened.
They're
It's crazy.
pro-capitalist.
Never, it would never happen. I don't believe you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Tell me. Tell me an example when they're not.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're just an idiot. You have no idea what you're talking about, clearly.
Give me an example where they're not capitalists.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't do examples. Examples are fascist.
All right. So thank you for the concession. Good job.
I'm behaving like you, dude.
No.
Do you think that you're helping your cause by calling into a show like mine and being difficult in this way?
Yeah, I think that liberalism upholds white supremacy.
Right. I think that that's fair to say, and I don't identify as a liberal. But you identify me as a liberal.
Capitalism upholds white supremacy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you think Democrats support capitalism?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you support the people who support white supremacy? What the fuck? You just admitted it. Do you vote for Democrats?
I do. I don't consider that support.
Okay, so if you're voting for Democrats and telling other people to vote for Democrats,
okay, hold on.
Is that not you advocating for support?
Are you familiar with the trolley problem?
Are you familiar with the Overton window?
I'm sorry. We're gonna stay on topic. I am familiar with the Overton window. We can talk about shut your fucking mouth. It's my show. Shut your fucking mouth. It's my show. We can talk about the Overton window after I talk to you about the trolley problem. Nothing else will happen.
Alex O'Connor somewhere else.
Click the run. I have no idea who that is. Click the run button if you want to. My question was, shut up. Behave yourself. You're on a show that 1,000 people are watching. I am trying to engage in a meaningful conversation with you. Behave yourself. Do you know what the trolley problem is?
And you can't compose yourself.
Do you know what the trolley problem is?
Yeah, and you can't compose yourself.
Do you know what the trolley problem is? We're going to talk about the trolley problem. In the trolley problem, there's a train headed down the tracks. It's headed for 5 workers who are working on the tracks. And you are standing at the switch, and you have to throw the switch if you want to save the one person. Do you throw the switch?
Oh, this isn't a realistic...
Do you throw the switch? You can't engage with a hypothetical. That makes you a fucking Republican, as far as I'm concerned.
We don't make.
You're not willing to do the trolley problem. You're not willing to discuss the trolley problem.
I would pull the shit.
You would pull it. Okay, why do you support murdering an innocent person?
This dude wants to do a metaphysical Alex.
Why do you support? You said you would throw the switch. Why do you support murdering an innocent person?
So why do you?
If you are telling me that I am supporting the misdeeds of establishment Democrats by voting for them, you are supporting the murder of an innocent person by throwing the switch in the trolley problem.
I'll answer yours when you answer mine.
You don't make the fucking rules here.
Democrats?
You are in the corner where you are demonstrating that.
Why do you vote?
I am explaining that using the trolley problem, and you know it. Explain yourself. Why are you supporting the murder of an innocent person by throwing the switch in the trolley problem?
Clearly state, clearly clarify how you're using the trolley problem to
The Democrats are bad, just like killing the innocent person.
The Democrats are bad?
Just like killing the innocent person is bad, the Democrats are bad. Yes.
Oh, okay. So why are you voting for the bad party?
For the same reason that you're throwing the switch to kill the innocent person in the trolley problem.
To save more people. Is that it? I'm sorry. Is liberal? Are liberals not entirely like harm reduction voters? Like what the fuck?
Are you not reducing harm by throwing the switch in the trolley
harm
problem?
Reduction was literally co-opted by liberals, by the Democratic Party. What are you talking about?
Sorry, you never satisfactorily answered my question. Why do you support murdering an innocent person in the trolley problem?
Why do you vote for white supremacists?
Because I think that if I have to choose between 2 white supremacists, I might pick the one that's less likely to be a rapist.
And that's why you're a liberal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're a fucking
And that's
liberal.
why you're a fool.
It's because you pick a white supremacist. You think that you can choose white supremacy.
I can't understand why you can't weigh how bad 2 things are and vote for the less problematic one.
You believe that you can reform white supremacy.
How do you not see the parallel that it's as though I presented the trolley problem to you and you said I'm actually going to pick the third option where nobody gets hurt, and I just have to say I'm sorry, that's not one of the fucking options. It's 5 people or 1 people. You said yourself you'd throw the switch, and then I said, why are you supporting the murder of?
You just said that you vote in a fucking country where you said that it's not a democracy.
You throw the switch, causing one person to die die in the trolley problem. How do you not see the parallel?
Why would you vote? Why would you vote in a country where it's not a democracy?
Why would you throw the switch when it's going to cause somebody to die?
Do your representatives represent
Why would you throw the switch knowing that somebody's going to die and then ask me a question like, why would I vote when the person who's going to be elected is bad?
Defund the police?
Stop pivoting. Why?
When is Mondami
Answer
gonna
the
defend the
question.
police?
If you value your own political beliefs,
going to
if you
reform
have a
white
spine,
supremacy?
if you are something
Reform
other than the
white
other
supremacy.
cowardly bitches on my show, square
No,
it
you
for me.
can't-
Make it
you
make
think you
sense,
can reform
motherfucker.
white
Shut your
supremacy.
mouth, use your ears for a second,
And
and
you're
make this
using-
make sense to me. Make
you're
it
just
make
using
sense to me that
misogynistic
you would throw
language,
the
bro.
switch in. Dude, stop yapping. Nobody can fucking hear you. My voice penetrates. I know
understand
exactly
that,
the way to
like-
speak to make sure that the audience can't hear you when you're trying to
Yeah,
talk
a
over me,
misogynist
which is why I'm able to run this
knows
show without using the mute button.
Bro,
So
you're literally
stop
just
fucking
using
doing that
misogynistic
so we can
language.
get back to interrogating you about
You're
why
just
it is
yelling.
you would throw the switch
can't
in the...
compose yourself.
I don't have to yell if you shut
You're
your mouth.
composing yourself.
Watch. I will compose myself
yourself.
if you shut your mouth. Why is it that you throw the switch in the trolley problem, murdering a person, and then ask me a question like, why would I vote for somebody who's bad when choosing between him and somebody worse?
Yeah, why would you vote for white supremacy? Why would you think that you can reform it?
I already answered that. The question you are
No, you
answering
didn't.
Yes, I did. I said
No,
if
you
both
just said that
candidates.
you
I
don't
said that
wanna
if
vote for
both
the other white
candidates,
supremacists.
if both candidates are white
I'm
supremacists, I
telling you,
look
how
at
can you
other
reform
things.
one
I
white
did
supremacist
answer
over
that.
the other?
Keeper kick
What's the
chat.
difference?
This is a waste of time.
How are you going to reform one white supremacist?
I'll let you stay on
over
my
the
show
other?
if you turn your camera on.
If I turn my camera on?
Yeah.
For what?
To show you aren't a cowardly little bitch who doesn't take this shit seriously.
I have a fucking PFP on. What?
I don't give a fuck what picture you put on that profile. I don't give a shit. I've spoken to you before. I recognize that profile picture. You had your camera on when me and Dean cooked your ass on abortion, didn't we? Was that you?
I've never debated Dean, so you're a dickhead. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, I asked.
Like, you're
maybe
a dickhead.
here. Throw your camera
Dean-
on and
Dean's
throw your
also
camera on, and then I'll
anti-indigenous.
know that
Dean
wasn't
is
you.
also- I don't know
you
why you're
won't be.
associating with Dean. Dean is literally anti-indigenous. He's been called by several
Turn your
indigenous
fucking camera on
leaders.
if you want to talk about it, dude.
Dean literally
Turn
says
your
that he's
fucking
indigenous.
camera on if you want to talk about literally anything.
Dean and Parker also
camera
identify
on
themselves?
now.
Dean and Parker
Dude.
also identify themselves?
I'm not interested in a word you have to say.
As liberal Democrats, by the way.
All right, dude. Like, yeah, I associate with people who are in different places on the political spectrum. You aren't helping. People are there's blood on your hands, dude. Like, straightforwardly. Oh, fucking hell yeah, Popcorn's here. I got a bone to pick with him. Why at $5, I literally can't call myself a leftist because pompous reductionist assholes like this. Again, yeah, fucking gives leftists a bad fucking name. Jazz Baroncraft for $5 said the best thing the caller can do for leftists is to become a Republican. People like this are exactly why people don't take real leftists seriously. Seriously, dude, you are not fucking helping. You are harming the cause. For $2, Vicky said, wish I had more, but I need to say this. This caller is advocating for us to have a president like Trump. Caller, you are causing harm by not voting Trump out of office. Abso-fucking-lutely. Look, dude, a lot of people are going to get locked up if the Republicans win the midterms. If that happens, I will be laughing at you. Like, you, I will laugh at. I will celebrate you going to fucking prison because you wanted it. You said that you didn't have to participate in this. You didn't throw the switch in the trolley problem. You didn't realize you were the one on the tracks, you fucking idiot. Like, it will be your fault when they lock you the fuck up for what you said on my show. Or maybe you'll be freed from it because you're too much of a coward to actually get out there and be one of the people on the front lines of this thing like me. I go out there and do it in person. Soon enough, you'll see me on the streets of Minneapolis, August 22nd, because we have an actual fucking Nazi coming here, and he tends to assault people when he comes here. So if somebody's going to get assaulted by Jake Lang, it's going to be me instead of my fucking neighbors. Certainly me instead of my neighbors who have dark skin. So fucking cowards. Popcorn, I got a bone to pick with you. You ready, Popcorn? I got a bone to pick with you.
Hello, host. How are you?
I'm doing well. The last time you were on my show, we were arguing about Trump removing the status of 700 Somali immigrants in Minnesota. And I made a mistake. I was referring to their asylum status, when in fact what he revoked was their temporary protected status. You were right about that. So you got a W about that. And then you did what you always do, which is you turned tail and ran the moment you had an insubstantive, unimportant W of any kind. You know you are intelligent enough. You are articulate enough. Your ears work well enough. Your mouth works well enough for for you to explain the things that you believe. Explain to my audience why you consider it a W when the question is, why did Trump do that to those people? Why did you consider it a W that I had the type of status he revoked wrong when the question very obviously was, why would he do that to people who were legally following the system? I'm never going to fucking drop it until you address it. So now that you're back, I'm glad that you've come back after turning tail and running away instead of addressing the actual question I was answering. Why did you do that? Why did you run the moment you got that in substantive detail right?
Well, one, I never claimed to get a W. That was you giving me the W, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you conceding. But I
do concede that I had it wrong. Instead of asylum status, it was temporary protected status. I had the type of status that he revoked wrong. I had the fact that they were here legally right, and the fact that Trump, for no good reason at all, revoked that status right. Those are the substantive details of the argument. The moment it was corrected, I think it was Law of the Wild who corrected me on the Discord, as we were just saying he often does. And the moment you heard that, you turned tail and ran, which is what you've done every single time you've been right about any insubstantive little detail in any live I've ever seen you on. Why the fuck do you behave that way instead of actually addressing the substantive question being asked?
Does it bother you that much that popcorn?
That bothers me greatly that so many people like that behave in that way. Why do you behave in that way?
Anyway, I came up to ask, did you see Dean?
I'm not interested in your question. I'm interested in you answering what I have laid out and addressed you about right now. Why do you behave in that way? Why do you turn tail and run the moment you get an in substantive detail right that has nothing to do with the ethics being discussed? And you know it because I actually think that you're not a fool. You're not just a Kool-Aid drinking idiot. You are a monster. You are an intelligent monster. So explain to my audience why it makes sense for you to turn tail and run when you get an in substantive detail right that makes it easy for you to hide from the fact that you are still wrong about the substantive, ethical, political matter being discussed.
Well, I appreciate the respect that you're giving me and the accolades that you're giving me. But I had to go to work. Some of us do work.
You're going to turn tail and run now?
No, I just wanted to
answer the fucking question. You know what I'm asking you. If you stall for
so
longer, I'll repeat it all again to make sure everybody watching has heard it because people come and go during these live streams.
Are you done?
Are you thinking?
Are you done crashing out? No, I'm not thinking. I'm waiting to...
No, I think you're stalling. You're usually much more talkative than this.
Yeah, I want to say what I have to say about Dean and essaying somebody.
Yeah, fuck that shit, dude. Fuck what people are doing.
Did you see that story?
Fuck that shit, dude.
Did you see that story?
Fuck you for bringing me that AI-generated bullshit. He demonstrated very thoroughly on his stream yesterday that it was bullshit. Shut your fucking mouth and answer to what I asked you about. Answer what I asked you about. Why do you turn tail and run? Right? Shut your fucking mouth and answer. Why do you turn... Dude, it's not going to work on me. Tell my audience why you turn tail and run when you get one insubstantive detail right.
Dude, I cook you every time.
He's running. He's running from the question. He doesn't want to address it.
No, I came up to talk about Dean and...
That's not going to happen. I'm not going to discuss that. Go watch Dean's stream from yesterday. I'm not interested in discussing it with you.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. I'm not interested in discussing it with you. I have told you what I'm interested in discussing with you. You are going to answer that or get kicked from the show. That's the only thing that happens next.
Do you believe we should believe all women?
I need you to answer what I have told you. You can laugh because I'm unwilling to... Look at that. He's a runner. He is an absolute fucking runner. Popcorn the fucking runner can't handle an interrogation from Oskar Quentin. Fucking what a goddamn coward. It's fucking horrible what people are doing to Dean. Fucking unbelievable. Popcorn, you're a fucking monster for that. Seriously, I so feel for fucking Dean right now. It's so fucking horrible that he can show the world that the screenshots from this account that are giving him accusations, they didn't even do a good job faking it. They could have typed the messages themselves. They could have used Photoshop and made a more convincing fake message page, but they just asked ChatGPT to generate it for them. So you can zoom in and see that it's an AI generated version of his fucking profile picture, that it's not actually what the message page is supposed to look like. They didn't even do a good job faking it. And Popcorn is going to come and act like that's a legitimate accusation. He's somebody who doesn't accept legitimate accusations like the one from Jane Doe number 4, who successfully sued the Epstein estate and has accusations against Donald Trump in the Epstein files that he himself are hiding, the same accusations that were suppressed in Florida under Pam Bondi. That's not credible evidence, but an obviously AI generated message on fucking TikTok is. We are fucking cooked as a nation. Unfucking believable. Popcorn, Rotten fucking hell for that, dude. Anybody who believes any of this shit. If you bring me a claim about Dean Withers doing anything bad, believing an obviously AI generated fucking message from somebody, if you believe that shit and you still don't believe E. Jean Carroll and you still don't believe Jane Doe number 4, you still don't believe all the brave Epstein victims who go and stand behind the very politicians who are suppressing their justice, if you don't fucking believe them, you have so thoroughly demonstrated a lack of actual care for the evidence regarding any of these things that I don't even need to make a fucking argument to demonstrate that you're a misogynistic piece of shit who simply does not care about victims in this country or in this fucking world. It's fucking deplorable. It's an amazing opportunity for people to pull the veil back and say, this is how you handle a sexual allegation when it's against somebody who you don't like, in spite of the fact that it is blatantly obvious that the evidence that has been brought forward is fucking AI generated. Seriously? We can just discredit anybody who says this about Dean. If somebody brings me that shit about Dean, I'm not interested in talking about sexual assault with them. What is the fucking point if they're not interested in the goddamn details? I'm fucking tired of it. I am so fucking angry on Dean's behalf. I don't align with Dean on everything. We have slightly different strategies for running my show. I consider him an acquaintance and I would love to call him a friend because I think we are both doing great fucking things for this country by calling this bullshit as we see it. I think that Dean is doing more for the vision of the far leftists than that dumb fuck who was on the line before Popcorn, acting like I'm a fucking idiot for seeing the parallel between the trolley problem, which is a basic tool of reasoning that you learn in an ethics 101 class if you actually go to school and try to learn how to have a fucking brain that works in a way that isn't fucking harmful to society. Day one philosophy shit if you want to learn the fucking trolley problem, but he can't apply that to American politics because he realizes that if he engages with that fucking hypothetical, it's going to demonstrate that he's a disingenuous dumb motherfucker who just wants to be right. Same fucking thing with Dean. If you're not willing to fucking look at what's in front of you and assess it honestly without any consideration for who is right and wrong, somebody on the left or the right, then you are a fucking disingenuous liar and you don't fucking care about the truth. That shit makes me angry, man. I'm so mad for Dean. It happens to me. People tell me I'm a pedophile all the time. People tell me I'm a fucking woman beater because there's video of me breaking up a fight where, yeah, I said I love you to the guy who did admittedly a very bad thing in the video. Because, yeah, when you see your friend fucking up in that way, you put your hand on their chest and you say, I love you, buddy. Don't fucking do this. And because I said I love you to Chris Ostrusko after he assaulted Savannah Hernandez, they think that makes me a fucking woman beater, even though I was the one trying to advise her to get the fuck out of there. Even though I was offering, I didn't have my car with me. It was Derek who was just on the line earlier. He had the car. So I said, can we get her out of here? And we offered. No, she wanted to stay and keep getting fucking assaulted by a crowd that she herself instigated. Go to a funeral and mock the dead until somebody punches you in the face and you will win your assault case, but you will still be a fucking asshole for it. That's my fucking thoughts on Savannah Hernandez. If these people aren't willing to engage with it, I'll be the fucking martyr that has to sit here and take all this bullshit and live with these fucking accusations and spend the rest of my life with the most monstrous people in the country after me because I decided I was going to put my face on the internet and tell people how the fuck it is in a way that they can't refute. So monsters like Popcorn have to fucking turn tail and run because they know that I understand what's going on in their head well enough that they're not able to navigate a conversation with me in a way that hides it from the audience. So the only thing to do is to click the fucking coward button. Thank you, Brando's Metal, for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. The way they're popping into live streams to light a match and throw this awful shit out into the ether and run away giggling, fuck Popcorn and fuck. I don't think I'm ever gonna fucking let Popcorn on the show without mentioning that he fucking did that. I hate to drag up what's going on with Dean. I hate to give it more life cycle in the news cycle than it deserves. But what Popcorn just did is one of the most reprehensibly horrible things I've ever seen anybody do on the show, which is why I don't judge Dean one fucking iota for letting it get to him yesterday. I sit here and deal with motherfuckers telling me that I don't honor my dead fucking father who was a 9/11 victim because he worked in the fucking towers. They think that my beliefs in Iran give them cause to talk shit to me about being a 9/11 victim myself. They're going to talk shit to me about the asthma I have because there's fucking asbestos in my lungs, concrete dust and bones and shit. I'm here for it. I ain't no fucking coward. We'll see if Slim Gaming is a coward. How old are you?
27.
You a Trump supporter?
Not currently.
What happened?
Well, originally it was just his figure and how he presented himself, and that was just at a younger age, but transitioning up until his first campaign and then his second campaign and his third campaign, I lost him well before the first campaign. What really happened that was concerning to me was when RFK Jr. appeared and had more of a middle ground in his politics, where he was trying to advocate for both abortion rights for women, but also pro-life in the same sense, where he's talking about giving enough support for the upcoming parents for them to be able to raise the child without having to worry about financial instability, also draining the swamp, and other talking points that Trump uses for his current campaign, as well as making America healthy again. I was going to vote for him, and then when it came down to him telling his voters to turncoat and vote for Trump, I completely lost sight of that entire election and just chose not to vote, which I look back now and I can see that's dangerous, and how they did it was dangerous, because 56% of his supporters actually went and decided to vote for Trump. So the middle ground where people meet on their ideals to create some type of independent thinking where people don't just pit sides against another was totally lost, because the person who seemed to be the most independent choice had to pick a side, apparently. And so when he endorsed Trump to get a position in his cabinet, it's reminiscent of what has happened through history, and a lot of people don't really acknowledge or see that, and it's not really often talked about. And so when the last guest was talking about how both sides seem to be somewhat fascist because of capitalism, is also concerning, because people see problems with the economy and they want it fixed. But when they hear capitalism equals fascism, that defeats the whole purpose of us being educated on what fascism actually is and what totalitarianism is.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there by kind of pointing out one of the issues with saying, like, I don't like capitalism. I think it rewards evil. And because it rewards evil, it tends to lead to fascism due to some functional ways about how capitalism functions in government. So when you say that capitalism is fascism, that leaves a lot off the table in terms of the nuance there. And that makes it so that a lot of people who maybe have a more reasonable political perspective think that they're being accused of being fascist, and it just creates more division. I mean, for that caller to call in and say something like that about capitalism and to accuse me of being the one creating division, when I think I have an amazing track record of bringing people from pretty far right to the center and then maybe a little bit over to the left so we can all talk and be fucking reasonable about it. I find it very, very frustrating that there are such unreasonable perspectives. But I'm really glad that you found your tipping point with Trump, because you're right. That historical perspective makes a bunch of the things that you listed really, really concerning examples of how Trump is a manifestation of the ways in which capitalism can lead to fascistic rule. And I don't dog people for not getting it as early as I did. I hated Donald Trump when he ran in 2016 because in 2016 to like 2015 when he started running, to me, Trump was a local rich guy. He was an asshole from the neighborhood I grew up in. I knew him as kind of, he was a big celebrity. He was known to the world, but as a New Yorker, he was just a local celebrity. He was like an asshole. I've seen the guy walking down the street before. So, we maybe didn't take it as seriously as we should. But I don't judge people for not having the perspective on him that I did, because maybe I was a little closer to home with him, literally speaking, or maybe I had a privileged enough education growing up where I did that I was able to see those 14 things that we don't want to see a leader doing, manifesting in him early in his first campaign in 2015. But I just don't judge you for taking a little longer to see it, because everybody's brain works differently, and we're not going to accomplish anything by judging people for not being, exactly equally minded as all of us about these particular issues. So yeah, I do agree with you about RFK. RFK represents a pretty concerning flavor of propaganda for his administration, and the fact that he appointed him in that role is just another step closer to the parallels that we can draw between what's going on today in the Republican Party and what happened in the 30s with Nazi rule in Germany. If you think that's a fair comparison.
And another issue that I took with what the previous guest was is saying pretty much no matter which way you vote, you're voting for fascism.
Yeah. I think that there are some counterexamples. I think that there are Democrats that aren't fascists. but I think a lot of the Democrats are fascist, especially through a global lens. Like if we look at the global South, the way the United States treats foreign policy issues, particularly in the Middle East and some other places, if you're in Palestine, the gap between a Republican and an establishment Democrat isn't as wide as it is for me here in Minnesota. Because in Minnesota, it's dramatically different who's in charge. Whereas if I'm in Palestine, it's not all that dramatically different who's in charge. So I can recognize that difference and encompass my political beliefs around that fact of reality. What the leftists are trying to ignore is when I tell them that life is going to be very different here in Minneapolis if Republicans win the midterms. They don't seem to care about that, which I think is silly.
Yeah, and when you do go back and look at the historical parallels, there was
you're muted if you leave the app. It shows me the little teacup icon under your thing here. You got to be in app looking at me for me to hear you.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Trying to pull up references at the same time.
So it goes with one device these days. So many people don't even own a computer to search things up with anymore. They just they have to use the teacup or have to go teacupped on the phone.
Anyways, my point on that was that authoritarians can lean left and they can lean right, but the issue is identifying it and not just throwing the name out there when it doesn't stick. Like McCarthyism with just calling people communists or calling people fascist. You got to use the label correctly so that way people have the right understanding in their head of, okay, this is what communism is, this is what fascism is. Why should I not want one or the other instead of just attacking one another with a label? Because it's easy to do that, but it's harder to actually know the understanding underneath of what the political parties actually believe in, and what a future with one of those parties would actually look like. I'm noticing a lot of right side people right now are calling Democrats communists, just straight up calling them communists, when it's most of them are liberals.
People call into my show and say that I'm a communist, and I'm like, I'm not a communist. I'm not trying to create communism. I'm not trying to, I think the thing that I think gives people credence to say that somebody like me is a communist is that I think that given what's going on with automation and technology and the amount of productivity per person in the workforce, assuming we don't let the billionaires benefit only from that, if we let other people benefit from that, if we use some policy to make sure that the rich people, the rich few that run this country don't take all that wealth for themselves and use it for world domination instead of making sure that kids aren't going to school hungry. Assuming we don't do that, I think that some sort of socialistic or communistic paradigm in terms of how we handle essential goods like food and school and shelter and stuff like that, I think in 100 or 200 years, it's kind of an inevitability that we're going to start paying for more of those things with using the state. And I think that capitalism would be expected to wither away in terms of what you use it for. People say, capitalism for wants, socialism for needs, like a policy like that. I just think that regardless of what happens politically along the way, assuming we don't give all the power to the wealthy, that's just kind of an inevitability. That's the trend we're on. We got the fire department for free now. That's great. We've got compulsory education for people up to the age of 18. I wouldn't call it great. It's good. Needs improvement because it's not a very good system. It's not very fair. You really, really get a different shot in life based on what school system you're born into, where you grow up, and that just isn't something I blame children for. So going forward, I want us to get there. But the idea that I have much at all in common with somebody who identifies as a communist as their political party, like I'm a communist, I want to vote for the Communist Party, I want to create a vanguard party and have that create communism in the United States, accusing me of that's just wrong. But they do it anyway because it's a little bit of that McCarthyism where anything in that neck of the woods, any admission about the fact that it's sometimes good to do things that are just good for society regardless of who pays for what, just because it's good to have a fire department come put out fires regardless of whose fire it is, where the fire is, who caused the fire. It doesn't matter. Fire department just puts out fires. That's better for society. If I try to look forward and say maybe we should do more things the way we do the fire department because they're such a success story, if you think that makes me a full-blown communist, you tripping. Because I would argue that you're a full-blown communist for using the fire department. For if you're not protesting the existence of the fire department, then by that definition, you're a full-blown communist, which is nonsense.
Right, and a lot of the left points where, like, for say, my opinion is we could take a lot of the money that we're spending bombing drug boats and sending missiles at drug boats, bombing Iran, and these different military campaigns. Mm-hmm. Those are millions and billions of dollars that could be spent domestically on infrastructure, on making everybody's everyday life better. And when
Donald Trump has spent more government money bombing Iran this calendar year than has been lost to fraud in Minnesota. Like, period. This particular scandal about daycares, like over reporting how many students they have and like getting more funds than they're due, like that cost to society is less than this war in Iran, measured just in dollars, not even in the bodies of dead children. If we measure the bodies of dead children, it's way more costly. But yeah, it's the lack of proportioned response to what costs what. They're going to be so mad about $10 billion being spent, I don't know, building a fucking school, but we can spend $10 billion bombing a school, and for some reason that's okay because the people on the TV said so.
Right, so, but for the American First Party to not actually recognize when somebody is being American First just shows how dangerous it is, because to be American first, that's pretty much like you want better for your country, and that doesn't necessarily mean you don't want better for other countries, but you put a priority in your country in some sense. And so when you say, I want to spend less money bombing foreign countries and drug boats, and I want more money spent domestically, they look at you and they say, you're communist, and that's not America first, because they think America first is preventing Iran from having nuclear capabilities or preventing other countries from falling into a left-wing rule. It like trying to acquire Greenland in Canada, in my mind, is equally as dangerous as what happened with Czechoslovakia back before World War II when the treaty was signed. Obviously, no land was transferred modernly because the countries were able to resist it and didn't just give into it. But when you look at it, the people that claim that they're America first are really doing things that are the opposite. And the people who are doing things that are America first are being called communists pretty much.
Yeah. I think I'm going to move on to more oppositional caller, but I definitely appreciate your perspective. I appreciate your time on the show.
I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you being factual and all your information.
Thanks, man. I'll catch you later. Oh, that was pleasant. Came off the rant. Had to simmer down to chill out and have that nice conversation. Isaiah, thank you for the buck on Venmo. Do you think Trump's presidency accelerated the progressive movement in the Democratic Party? Example, Abdul El Sayed, who just won his primary in Michigan. Yes. Yeah. I think that when we talk about the pendulum swing, it's swung pretty far to the right with these Trump presidencies. And then it actually swung back in the middle, which is why we had that incredible voter turnout in 2020, but people became apathetic again because Biden was such a boring president. Even though what we want is a boring president, that's actually kind of a good thing. But anyway, we swung back to the right, and now we're in a situation where I think in November we're going to see really, really extreme progressive wins. One thing I'm really excited about politics in Minnesota is because we don't have Mike Lindell, a Trump loyalist, on the governor's ticket anymore. He lost, so it's going to be a Republican candidate versus Amy Klobuchar, who's like totally a fucking establishment, boring Democrat, soft endorsement, not hard endorsement because she's not actually progressive, but like definitely better. In Minnesota, we have seen what happens when Trump controls our state. They fucked us up with Metro Surge. They cost our economy $600 million. They caused our immigrant families to live in fear. They killed some of us. They murdered some people in broad fucking daylight. If you don't think that the elections in Minnesota are going to be a referendum on Trump, if you don't think that the world and the country is going to be watching to say, oh, if I send armed men into the biggest city in a state to fuck life up for a few months, watch what happens in November in Minnesota. Because I've been saying for a long time, I'm going to wait for the fucking primaries to like really say what I think is going on. And the fact that Amy Klobuchar not only took like 92% of the blue primary vote, which demonstrates that we had a clear, obvious candidate, and then we had like a 2/3 versus 1/3 split between Lindell and what even the fuck is her name? Fucking forgot it already. Sorry, I have a gap in my brain. I can never remember her name. I'm going to find it quickly. Republican primary. Where is she? Who the fuck was it? Governor. No, I want governor. Internet. Lisa DeMuth. I knew the chat was going to get there fast. It was taking too long to Google. I thought, I bet if I look at the chat, I'll see it. Yeah. So we had a split between Lisa DeMuth and Mike Lindell. So not only is there division among the right, but Amy Klobuchar got like twice as many votes, period, as all of the Republicans did combined, which it's only a primary, and the turnout in a primary really depends on how competitive the playing field is. But the Republican side was more competitive, so you'd expect a better turnout. So I think that the primaries have demonstrated to me that the odds of us having a blue governor, which we generally do, but by a wider margin than normal, I think that Minnesota is about to show the world that if you let Trump try to do what he wants with ICE in a city, the people of that city are going to collectively say fuck ICE and vote everybody out who supports it. So I think we're staring down the barrel of seeing a real swing back in favor of the blue from people who are fucking upset about what the federal government is doing, which is why I have been saying that I don't trust the pollsters on November. I think it's too volatile. I think the pendulum is swinging in a volatile way that it hasn't in recent years. And anybody who says that they know what's going to happen in November is out of their mind. If it's mathematically possible, it's on the table, is what I'm saying in terms of November. Because I mean, fringe candidates win. Trump did it in 2016. I wouldn't call him a fringe candidate in 2024, but he was absolutely an upset candidate in 2016, and he stole the fucking presidency. Didn't actually steal it. He won it fair and square by being enough of an upset candidate who won the popularity contest. Gotta use my words carefully. But we can see that happen in a lot of elections, and Abdul Al-Sayed in Michigan is a really good example of that. Sandra, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. I'm from northern Minnesota and so grateful for your work. Thank you, Sandra. I'm so grateful that so many people like you support the work. Light Blinded Fool sent $10 to say, saw the video, and as someone who's been in high-tension protests and has been pepper sprayed in the eyes by the police with my contacts in, I have to say I'm blown away by your de-escalation skills. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Republicans think that me de-escalating a fight where a woman was being assaulted means I'm a woman beater. Fucking nonsense. Pat in the chat for $5 said, the people who are giving you shit for saying I love you to one of your friends clearly haven't said it to them enough, and it's sad. Absolutely. Kathleen made 5 more people members over on YouTube. Monthly membership gets you into the members only stream where we just like kick it and have a beer on Sunday evenings. That's happening tomorrow night after the 7 p.m. Central Time Sunday evening show that happens on YouTube only, so we can get around the TikTok filters. That's happening tomorrow, and then the members only stream is going to follow up on that. And if you want to be one of these lovely people who support the show and support what I'm doing, you can go to the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon in the link tree in the bio or in the description below if you're watching on YouTube. And like Zach, you can send some money and get your message read. Zach sent $5 to the Venmo, and he said, if it would load, he didn't even win the popularity contest in 2016. He won the Electoral College, which is bullshit that it matters more than the popular vote. Yeah, I was wrong. He didn't win the popularity contest. He gamed the system appropriately, because I also think that the Electoral College is pretty fucking stupid. Had its historical value, but society's changed too much. The population's grown too much. The elections are run faster because like the internet, like states are allowed to communicate about what their votes are. Like it's just not, it doesn't make sense anymore. And it allows somebody like Trump to game the system instead of actually winning votes. So I would really love to see like major reform to how we do that sort of stuff. Let's see. Oh, they're asking how long I'm going to be in. Put the sign up. How long I'm going to be in Studio B? I don't know. I want to really take time and make my apartment a place that's like nice to live. Straightforwardly, I like was broke living in it for a long time, so I just like couldn't afford to make any of the improvements to it that I wanted to for a really long time. And then I started running the show, and then because I ran the show in it, I couldn't really do the thing that I normally, as like an ADHD musician, would do every 2 or 3 months of like tearing everything out and spending a few days like putting it back the way that I like to like update however, like whatever projects I'm working on, like make it a better space for working on those things. But I just couldn't do that because the show had to go live every 22 hours and now every 20 hours, because when I wrap at 2 p.m., it's 20 hours until 10 a.m. the next day. So there's just no way for me to like get rid of all my crappy furniture and like build something nicer. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to take my time with it. I'm going to like deep clean my apartment and just like restart in there. I'm very excited for that. I have felt the only thing that's been a real drag on my like day-to-day life about running this show, because I fucking love running this show, is that I've been running it out of the studio apartment that I live in for 6 months, and I've done the show every single day for something like 6 months, and it was just getting hard to, like, you know, make improvements to the place. So Oskar Quentin Studios is now a multi-studio operation, and we have Studio B here, and I'm hoping that we can leave Studio B set up when we set up Studio A, so we can have both for different things. But that's the update there. Let's talk to Mel. We'll see what Mel wants to talk about. Thanks for all the donations, everybody. Link tree in the bio. Get in the Discord. Come hang out. Hello, Mel. How old are you? Hello? All right, Mel is snoring. We're going to talk to R2D2. I hope it's just R2D2 sounds. I would so appreciate the gag if it was just like beep, boop, beep. Hello, how old are you?
47, and Dean has not disproven the claims against him.
Yes, he absolutely has.
He absolutely has not.
Have you looked at the screenshot and seen that it's clearly...
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, Popcorn, this is you, right? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? How do you care about women so fucking little, dude? Get the fuck back up here, dude. Like, if you want to talk about it, like, dude, you are a fucking monster. You like, I know it's like it makes you feel good to upset us, but like what you're doing is fucking illegal. Like, it's actual fucking libel. You told me that we should believe women. Yeah, I do believe women generally. I don't believe obviously fucking AI generated screenshots, dude. You are such a monster, Popcorn, for that. Like, it's so much different than you coming on here and like not taking politics seriously and being like, oh, this or that, this or this or that. You are spreading misinformation about sexual assault on purpose. It's fucking evil what you're doing. I hope Dean fucking finds who you are and sues you for it. Fucking horrible. He'll win his lawsuit, unlike Trump, who loses all of his fucking lawsuits about this shit. Except for the one where George Stephanopoulos got the detail wrong about what happened with E. Jean Carroll. But all the other ones, fucking unbelievable. I'm like, yeah, if you think it's a reliable way to get us angry, it is, man. Congratulations. You're able to make people angry by harming the victims of sexual assault. And I'll say it because he said it on his show, including Dean. Like, come talk to me about 9/11 if you wanna fuck up somebody's feelings about some shit that happened to them. I'm fucking here for it, dude. Popcorn, like, it's just, I can't believe it, Popcorn. I've known you for a long time. Like, I know you're a piece of shit, Popcorn, but I'm impressed by how much of a piece of shit you're being. I am actually impressed by your lack of grace around this. I am actually impressed by how disingenuously you are behaving. I am so impressed by how horrible a monster you have to be to look at this as a golden ticket to go chuckle on TikTok Live about some shit. The fact that you consider this, you're going to disingenuously consider this credible and throw out allegations against Trump, you are a fucking monster, dude. I don't know how society's gonna fucking deal with people like Popcorn. I don't know what we do going forward. I don't know how we fucking address it, especially in consideration of the fact that the reason I wanted Popcorn up today and the reason I wanted to pick my bone with him is because he's demonstrated himself to be such a disingenuous coward in a different way that he's unwilling to respond to. So he fucking grabs onto this bullshit about Dean. Deplorable fucking work, dude. It's crazy work. It's fucking unbelievable. $2 from Sydney to say, so not R2D2, fucking Jabba laugh, gross Popcorn. Yeah, absolutely. Fucking the fucking type of monster you have to be to sit back and laugh about this type of shit. I can't believe it. I'm blown away. I mean, I knew I sit here and deal with fucking monsters all day, but like I truly am just blown away by how transparently everybody is willing to demonstrate that they don't care about women. They don't care about, never mind women, just victims of sexual assaults generally. Like, the fact that you don't care about that and you think it's a fucking joke and you think it's fun to just fucking come over here. Like, that's fucking disgusting. John Owens 3. We're gonna see if I feel the same way about him. How old are you?
19.
You Trump supporter?
Former, I'd say.
Had some converts today. I'm looking for another debate, but I'll give you a couple minutes to tell us why.
Yeah. Okay. So I will say I'm not really completely versed in politics because, I'm only 19.
Fair.
But I'd say
whenever I was growing up, I guess the reason I lean more towards Trump, I guess I'm more from a red state. I'm from a red state, so
sure,
I get that kind of influence. And so I guess seeing my dad kind of benefit like from being under Trump, I guess that's kind of why I lean more towards it.
Mm.
And then once 2020 hit, they kind of took all the blame from COVID and all that, put it on Biden. So I guess that's kind of why I leaned away from the Democratic Party. And so that's why I voted for Trump in 2025 or 2024. Sorry.
So you kind of believed some of the blame they placed on Democrats for stuff that happened during and after COVID.
It was just like all of those things just hitting me at once. So it's just kind of like hard to not believe it, I guess.
Yeah, when you're surrounded by it, it's hard to not, it's hard to not believe what maybe your family's discussing at the dinner table.
Yeah, and then since now I'm affected by it since I'm 19 now, so. I got to pay for my own gas, pay for school now because I know that you're a former school teacher. That's what I'm going to college to be, is to be a teacher. And so when Trump passed the law to take away funding from teachers, like for, because, it's not considered a important field. So that affected me a lot. So I had to end up taking 2 jobs because of that. And
yeah, I feel for people your age, like teacher or otherwise, it's not a great economic situation you're staring down the barrel of for the next 10 years of your life. And I think that the way in which people your age are feeling that is one of the very real world ways people can see that Trump's economic policies are not doing what he said that they would do.
Yeah, that's kind of why I voted for him, because all they talked about, it kind of, I guess, brainwashed me to an extent. And I kind of felt like he was. I guess I do believe Biden was kind of a boring president, which I now believe, that's kind of what we needed. Because whenever I think
infrastructure bills are boring and great for the economy, right? Like what a shame it is that it's not. We don't throw a parade when somebody signs an infrastructure bill, even though it creates a lot of jobs and helps with all these economic figures that matter to people who are in your shoes.
Yeah, it was just like people would just like they didn't really point that out, the good. They kind of tried to make the bad outweigh the good.
Mm-hmm.
The Ukraine war, like gas prices, that was always the big talking point.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that always, now it's definitely affecting me because, Trump said he's going to bring gas prices down. They're higher than they were. Because, I started driving 2023 about, and so, gas for me was about like $2.30, and now it's a whole $1 more. So, that's killing me. That's about $50 a week right there. And then, on top of paying for school, I'm paying about $1,000 a semester because, it cut funding for the education program.
So it sounds like all you needed to realize Trump was up to no good was to pay attention.
Yeah, that too. And also, I consider myself a Christian, and I don't like how they're trying to say that he's like this savior. I feel like that's very against my religion.
I'm not a Christian, but I think it's pretty clear that if you look at some of the more progressive Christian values that Christians these days like to hold on to, Trump doesn't uphold any of them. You may have heard me say it earlier on today's show. What would Jesus do with the illegal immigrants?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I feel like if he was to come back, I feel like they wouldn't see him as what he's supposed to be, this prophet. And I hate that. They kind of take the word, they did what, the South did in the 1800s. They tried to use Christianity as a sort of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Reason for what they're doing. Because, they say in the Bible, justification. Yeah. Because, they say in the Bible, slavery, all that. But also in the Bible, it talks about, love your neighbor. I have gay family members, I love them to death. I'm not going to shun them because of their choices. It says in the Bible, love your neighbor.
Mm-hmm. So it's also not as clear in the Bible that homosexuality is wrong as people would think it is listening to a pastor these days. There's a lot of cherry picking going on there.
My church, he's definitely more progressive. He's very He's very good, you know. He believes in science, you know. He doesn't believe in evolution, but he believes in science, you know. Not a lot of, I would consider them MAGA Christians, you know, or nationalist Christians. You know, they try to use it to kind of prove their point.
Well, and it's not, you know, like there's always lots of Christian people in a Western country. So whoever's trying to take control of the government in that country is going to try to leverage Christianity to do it. People point out that Hitler like wasn't a particularly religious leader, but he still took advantage of the church and the power that it had over some people in his country. They're always going to go for that grab, that influence grab, right? Religious leaders have influence over the people who believe in that religion, so that the politicians are always going to target that. But I've been saying it a lot today because we've had a lot of callers like you today, but I really appreciate the perspective. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks so much. All right, you have a good one.
You as well, John. W's in the chat for John for paying attention and opening his eyes. Joey, did you mean to get in the chat? Hello. How old are you?
I'm 25.
How you doing, Joey?
I'm all right. How are you, Oscar?
I'm having a good one. I'm still pretty upset on Dean's behalf about what's going on, and I'm sure I'll be the target of the same type of shit by the end of the day. I guess.
I saw that earlier call. That was yeah. So I recently had a debate with somebody.
Oh yeah.
And it was specifically about Minnesota. So I think that your perspective would help me kind of answer the questions that I couldn't find the answers to on my own.
Sure.
So they brought up registering on election day. They sent me a website from the Secretary of State, and it talked about vouching, that you can vouch for a registered voter. This is what it says on the website. I'll just read it verbatim. A registered voter from your precinct can go with you to the polling place to sign an oath confirming your address. This is known as vouching. A registered voter can vouch for up to 8 voters. You cannot vouch for others if someone vouched for you. Now, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't also need some type of documentation proving that they're a citizen, right?
Yeah, so the thing that the Republicans are going to say is that, I can just bring 8 illegal immigrants and vouch for them, and they can vote. What's going on here is you're not vouching for their eligibility to vote, period. You are vouching,
you're just voting for their location, right?
You're vouching that they're voting for the correct precinct. So, like, people know where I live. So, I like my zip code is public information, so I'm not afraid of saying that I'm in the 10-7 voting district in Hennepin County. And, like, if I was in the wrong, like I have, I think once in the past voted for the wrong district because I had just moved and I forgot to re-register in time. Like I hadn't like updated my driver's license yet. So I'm still voting for the same president. I'm still voting for the same governor. I'm still voting for the same senators. But like, maybe your local city council or school board or things like that.
The more specifically.
Right. So the burden required to make sure that you're in the correct district is a little bit lower because they're just like, isn't a lot of election fraud with like school boards or whatever. So I think that that's pretty reasonable, but straightforwardly, no, you can't just vote. You can't just vouch for a person's eligibility to vote. That's nonsense.
Yeah, it did seem like nonsense. I was just trying to find specifics about that.
Because in lieu of bringing a personal vouch, there's other ways to confirm your update of address if you're going to register on site. You can bring like I think they need like, I'm going to get the exact details wrong, but it's this type of thing. Like you can bring 2 bills that have your current address and your name, like a power bill or
photo ID and approved document. Yeah.
Right. Like an approved document might be a power bill or something like that. Or like, I was about to say a letter from the DMV, but if you're getting letters from the DMV at your address, you're probably already registered to the correct address. But yeah, so that just has to do with like making sure that you're voting in the correct neighborhood. It has nothing to do with your actual eligibility to vote, period.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I appreciate the confirmation on that. I had a feeling that that's how it worked. I just couldn't find the specific wording that said that.
Yeah. Appreciate your time, Joey.
All right, thanks. You can kick me.
Catch you later. He's a friend of the show. That's why I didn't ask the questions at the beginning. Zachary sent another $5 to say, it makes sense that popcorn is so brain dead. Dude spent too much time with his head in the microwave. Yeah, popcorn exists to get cooked, is what I like to say about him. Kara, thank you for the buck on Venmo. FYI, for MAGA college kids now, incoming freshman mom are eligible for $5,500 a year, unsubsidized, $2,750 per semester. She got some scholarships, but still a huge amount owed. $2,750 barely scratches the room and board. Meal plan requirement to live here. This will harm our future in this country. Yeah, they're going after education. I will say, and community colleges can be pretty cheap. My community college was very cheap, and $2,750 would go a long way against a semester. But if you're doing room and board, not so fucking much. But the entire system is broken. Is that, man, a lot of cowards in the chat today. Where'd Taco John go? He's still there fucking spamming his nonsense. I'd like to talk to him. Are we talking about Cam Higbee and shit in the chat? That goober? My goodness. Twitter banned me for feuding with Cam Higbee. They were like, nope, no Oskar Quentin on Twitter. Goodbye. I'm so proud of being banned from Twitter inside of 24 hours. How fun. Inauthentic content was the reason. Rich, how old are you?
How you doing, Oscar? I'm 24.
24. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, sir, I am not. But I would like to see if I can get your perspective on one thing.
Yeah, sure. I think we're doing a little bit of Q&A today. What's the issue?
Okay, cool. So as we know, I guess I would identify myself as a liberal myself. But there's one thing that kind of concerns me about the future is that I think I would like, just for some context, I'm a black voter myself. I'm black. I would like to see what you would think about sorry, I'm trying to see how I can ask this. If you think that, as we know, in 2024, Trump himself had, more black voters than he did in 2020 and 2016. And I'm kind of concerned that, there's like a small, albeit not the majority, but small movement of people that are moving towards the right because black voters think that, Democrats are anti-black in some ways or just not doing what they need to do. And I think that, it's kind of becoming more, like separated, I guess, between like a leftist who are, as we probably know, are mostly white, and then you have to get the more moderate and sometimes even conservative black voters. I want to know what your perspective is on that.
Well, I think that over the last few years, the Republicans have obviously won on optics. They've been better at at social media and all of that. And there's been, and part of that is just that they're so willing to be disingenuous. They're so willing to lie that it makes it much easier to win on social media if you don't have to follow the golden rule of just being fucking honest in the first place. And I think that when we criticize the sort of people, or when we criticize establishment Democrats for leaving people behind in their liberal politics, I think that the black voters are among those sorts of people, and that makes them ripe for people to come along and spread disinformation that says no, the establishment Democrats aren't going to save you. We are. If you're a black American who's a citizen and you belong here, Trump is going to protect you. Trump is going to make the economy better. Trump is going to get in there and fuck with politics in a way that no establishment Democrat ever would, and make big changes for you and your community. And people are susceptible to that sort of thing. So I don't think the problem there is specific to the black electorate. I think that the problem is simply that there are people who are more disenfranchised by establishment Democrats than somebody as white and cis and male as myself would be. And that makes it easier for one of those people to look for alternatives, and that makes it easier for them to believe bullshit from the alternatives. So I think that's a symptom of a greater problem, and it's a problem I'm trying to combat by at least participating in the discourse in the way that I do.
Right. I just think that, and I agree with you. I just think that one concern I have is I think that, as I tried to mention, I think like a lot of black voters are more moderate in a lot of ways. And sometimes I would say even Democrats who are black are sometimes even like a lot really conservative. Like, I would imagine that a lot of, black people, they really want to protect their Second Amendment rights. They, are probably more like really Christian, like 90% of black people in America are Christian. Like that kind of stuff is.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the Second Amendment, because it's like one of the ways in which the right has weaponized that little like loophole in messaging that I just described, because as you move farther and farther left, you actually find that people become a little bit more pro-gun the farther left you go, which means that if you're far enough left to be very pro-gun, you're going to see the liberals as the ones who want to take your guns away, and that might make you want to vote for a Republican if the thing you really care about is, the Second Amendment. And I mean, I'm a liberal who I think is a little bit more in alignment with the far left in terms of gun ownership. I'm not. I don't preach all that hard about the many of the gun restrictions that people broadly among liberals want. Mostly just because I don't think that they're I think the liberals are very guilty of thinking with their feelings when it comes to gun policy. It's like, I'm an educator, I'm a school teacher. I've got real big feelings about school shootings. I just don't let those feelings affect what I think is a reasonable policy in terms of what I'm actually after, which is protecting people from harm. So when I look at gun policy, I try to do that in a more candid way than a lot of liberals, I think, do. So I can see that if guns are important to you as a far left person on the spectrum of American politics, you might get appealed to by an attack ad from a Republican who's going to say that the Democratic candidate is going to take your guns away. But I also don't think that that's like, as a single issue, is worth, switching teams.
Okay. I just want to see what your perspective is on that. So I guess I got one more question. What would you like? Let's say if you were someone who was running for office in like on a national stage, how would you combat that? Like, how would you try to combat that misinformation? I guess it's like what you're doing now is that, but how would you do that?
I think that I think that the people in this country aren't aware of how untrustworthy most politicians are, and I think that if I'm doing anything by making a name for myself in American politics as this Oskar Quentin guy that people like listening to, it's that people I'm transparent enough about my perspective and my willingness to talk about all these different issues that there's so much evidence of my consistency on it that people trust me. So if I ever ran for office, I would want to leverage the fact that I'm trustworthy. I'd say, go dig through the archive. Sure, you can find some moments where I don't look good. You can find some bad takes. You can find me not performing well because I upload 2 to 4 hours of my life to the internet every single day. Why is it that we have politicians who themselves are afraid to sit down and have an interview with somebody like me?
Mm-hmm.
Why, I have a lot of like third-party candidates basically beating on my door to get on my evening show, and I've told them I'm trying to keep a mix of opposition and friendlies, and it's genuinely difficult to find opposition that are interested in engaging with me. And people can tease me and say it's because I'm not significant enough to be worth their time, which was maybe true a few months ago, but I'm getting to a point where I'm like, I'm sorry, I have more followers than you. What the fuck are you talking about? I can kind of just say that now because I have, as a person with 250,000 followers across all the other platforms, I can just say to a political candidate who has 16,000 followers on Instagram and nothing else, like, why are you running from this? Like, why won't you sit down and deal with the sorts of questions that I ask? The sort of unrelenting attitude that I have towards a dodged question where I'll ask somebody the same question 50 times in a row. Politicians are terrified of that happening to them on television. I want to make television a place where that happens. That's one of my missions in this thing that I'm doing. So if I were to run, I would taunt and challenge the opposition to be interrogated in the way that I think people should be if they're running for political office. I don't know why the public doesn't demand that politicians essentially do what I'm doing right now. You want to be president? Talk to the public 6 hours a week. If you can't handle that, take that fucking suit off.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing if I were in that position too. So, all right, well, thank you, man. I just wanted to, ask that one question.
No, so appreciate the dialogue. Thanks for hopping up.
Yes, sir.
How nice. Cause yeah, man, like we just like the fucking cowards. Like I'm sitting here taunting fucking Fox News and saying like, why won't Fox News platform somebody like me? They are we know why. Like I'm not legitimately asking that question. It's because they're fucking afraid. They're so afraid of how I'd behave on Fox and Friends. Fox, and that might be a little above my pay grade. My 250,000 followers is not impressive to the producers at Fox and Friends. But why not somebody like me? Like why is Adam Mockler on Fox and Friends? He's a talking head on all the other major networks. Like if you're going to consider yourself something other than the entertainment network you had to reclassify yourself as to avoid litigation for misinformation, Mr. Fox News, then fucking let somebody who's willing to come and actually interrogate you about what you say come on your show. But no, if they let me on Fox News, they wouldn't air the interview that would happen. They're terrified of the sort of strategy that I use running this show. They'll never platform it. And it's because they're a bunch of fucking cowards. And the electorate needs to be made aware of that. I'm glad that even a platform that I hate as much as I hate TikTok, gives me the tools I need to like tell more people like, hey, demand honesty and transparency of your politicians. Tina, thanks for the $40 on Venmo. It's a big donation. Thanks. She said, keep up the great work, Oscar. Appreciate what you do and enjoy your streams. Thanks. It'll get spent on keeping the show going. Had to change the scenery today. There were some expenses associated with that. I'm now paying rent for this room. I wasn't before. Thanks, everybody. It's great that I get to do this stuff. David sent $5 to say, Cam Higbee and James O'Keefe not voting or signing any documents in that video show they knew they would be prosecuted for voter fraud, thereby defeating the entire purpose of the video. Oh, I don't even know about this particular scandal with Cam Higbee. How fucking funny. Let's talk to Josh Luther 87. Oh, actually, I think I've got a couple of YouTube super chats. I do, just one. Sir Bobs, thank you for the $2. It's who would Jesus deport? Well, WWJD. Very funny. Josh, how old are you?
I am 28.
28. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I fucking hate that guy.
Do you have a particular prompt or question or something? I'm mostly just looking for debates today.
I do just have a quick question. I was hoping for some advice, and then you can kick me for the algorithm.
Sure thing.
But I was wondering what you would say to somebody who's trying to help convince friends who feel apathetic towards the whole situation. Got a lot of people where I'm trying to convince them, like, you need to vote, dude. Like, obviously, there's not a lot you can do, but you can vote. And while we can still vote, you kind of fucking need to. And they're like, nah, it doesn't matter, you know, both sides are the same, which is obviously ridiculous. But I'm just curious what you would say to that.
It's a good question. There's no quick way to get somebody to care about politics. I've had, even before I started doing the show, I had some people in my life who kind of told me to fuck off about the politics. Like I was like up their butt about it too much. One thing that I find tends to work is to say, hey, if you don't care for all these political reasons, can you just come with me as a favor to me? You can vote for whoever you want to in that booth, but just like as a personal favor to me, I would really appreciate if we went to the polling place, assuming you live in the same place and you can vote at the same place. Do it as a personal favor to me, and don't tell them who to vote for, because then, you know, you don't want it to seem like you're trying to get their vote. You just want them to vote. And if you can leverage your friendship and say, hey, it's important to me, and if I'm important to you, then maybe it can be important to you to do this thing that's important to me, and I'd appreciate it. I've gotten a lot of people to vote that way. And that's, you know, maybe not the most satisfying answer for somebody who cares more about who they're going to vote for, but if you're just trying to get somebody involved, you'd be surprised how much that can mean. Jessie was up until like 4 a.m. doing band practice because she has a show tonight. Can I get a trusted co-host in here for a bathroom break? Who do we got? Ooh, I'm going to invite Crowletariat. I'll let him yap for a minute. Raven's here. I'll let you take the air for a moment, Raven. Or whoever else comes up, because I definitely did just invite Crowletariat.
Yeah, sounds good. For everybody watching, if you're not already following over on Instagram, you should go do that, because we have a video that's at like 999,000 views, and it's just about to hit 1 million, which is a really huge like milestone for the show. So yeah, if you're not already following on Instagram, make sure to follow over there. Or, you know, we also have YouTube if you're not over there, TikTok, and YouTube, go to TikTok. Do the cross-platform thing. Also, if you are on TikTok, make sure you're tapping the screen to get the likes up and get the stream out to more people. We kind of have a harder time retaining viewership in the second half of the show lately, because it's a new half, you know, new time block for us. So we're trying to get that viewership steady. But how's everybody doing today? I've been doing clips and editing stuff for the show, and we've got a lot of good clips queued up. So I'm excited for that, and I hope Jessie is doing okay, even though she was up late. I'm excited to go to her show tonight. That's Sensing Agony. They have a new EP out, and it's super awesome and super fun. Also, if you're not already in the Discord, link tree in the bio for Oskar, and that can get you in the Discord, where we talk about lots of fun stuff and make a lot of jokes and share a lot of memes of some staff members. But it's all fun stuff in there. So yeah, I haven't really been tuning into the show today, so I'm not quite up on what you guys have been talking about. But man, these clips, I had to watch that racist white lady so many times through. I had to sit and watch the like hour section of her about 4 hours worth. It was terrible. Welcome back, Oskar.
Does that video have 1 million yet?
I was just saying, we're at 999,000. I've been watching it like a hawk. I was gonna try to interrupt and celebrate when it did pop over.
All right. I just refreshed it. 999,949. We've had some debate videos. go over 1 million, but since Raven's been edited, this is like the first one to go like absolutely fucking hog wild. So just like, I didn't hear what you guys were talking about while I was in the restroom. But like W's in the fucking chat for Raven for the clips. I'm loving the clips and they're doing well. We've gotten 6,353 followers from this video in particular, and that actually underestimates the amount of new people who've been brought into the platform by a video like that one, because a lot, like, that's the number of people who clicked follow while watching the video, but a lot of people clicked like or engaged with it or something like that, and then they get shown more videos over the course of the following days, and I can see that boost in the number of followers we get where old videos start getting more views from all those new people who saw that new one. So it's probably more like 10,000 people, something like that. And it used to be a big deal for me to get 10,000 views on a video. So the fact that I'm sitting here like excited about 1 million because it's going to get me like 10,000 new followers, more people to hear my perspective on all that shit. Fucking crazy town. Good work.
Yeah,
Raven.
and we've got like almost 10,000 followers just in like the last week.
Yeah. It's there it goes.
Yay! 1 mil. Oh my goodness.
There's Raven's first 1 million on an Oskar Quentin video. How you doing,
First
bro?
1 million clip that I made.
I don't know. I just wanted what you wanted. I'm all right.
Oh yeah. Sorry, no. I just needed a bathroom break, so I clicked your name. But Raven beat you to it.
I'm a weirdo who always has an earbud in, so I'm literally in the middle of my record show right now, and I'm like, "Where's Oscar? It's probably important."
I'll let you go. Thanks for hopping up.
Yeah, bye.
And thanks again, Raven. You're doing great with the clips.
Thank you. Gonna get back to work. Love you
All
all,
right.
chat.
I'll catch you later, Raven. Oh, that's exciting. We crossed 1 million on the show. How fun. And man, that lady who turned on her camera, people are mad at her. People are very, very mad at her. Has a lot of comments on this video. People are real mad at her. Anyway, let's see. Trav6511. I think that's a new username, and we'll get a new topic. Been a while since we've had a properly new topic that actually got debated in good faith. Hello, how old are you?
37.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Not necessarily, but I definitely support him on the immigration stuff.
Well, before we get onto that, we can pick immigration as a topic, but I just like to ask, like, to clarify so I understand, like, you're glad that he's president, or do you wish that Kamala Harris had won?
I do not wish he won.
You wish that Kamala Harris had won?
No, I don't.
Well, okay, but those were the options. So when I'm asking about the outcome of the 2024 election, were you happy with the way that it went, or do you wish it went the other way?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so I consider that a Trump supporter. Why do you support him on immigration? What's so good about his approach to immigration?
Well, I mean, when we look at our community and you see numbers like 75% of Somalis receiving welfare when a lot of American citizens are struggling.
I'm sorry, where did you get that number? What's the source for that?
CIS maybe?
I'm going to Google what percentage of Somali Americans receive welfare.
I believe it's of households.
Okay, yeah. So households. So it's not what you did say, which is that it's 70% of Somali residents.
But when you
you're right. The figure's right for households. Yeah.
But when you compare that to like native-born citizens, that number is like, why is that number drastically higher?
Well, so you may have heard it was pretty early in the episode. You probably weren't listening, but I talk a lot about some of the things that people say about illegal immigrants as groups is just in recognition of the fact, or immigrants generally, because you are just talking about legal immigrants. If you're talking about those that are on benefits, people who are immigrants tend to arrive here with a low socioeconomic status. That's obvious to you, right? Like that's pretty much always going to be the case.
Yeah, that's fair.
That there's plenty of immigrants who have money and are qualified to have high-paying jobs, but they're the exception. Most people are coming here looking for a better life, and programs like SNAP benefits exist to help people with their social mobility, to make it more likely for a person who's lower class to reach a higher class. Is all this tracking for you?
Yeah, fair. But I guess my argument would be that I believe we should be focusing on like our like poor Americans before we're letting
History suggests that the wisest way to define poor Americans includes the Somali immigrants that you're talking about.
Okay.
Right. Because they are like what's an American? American's a person who lives here, who like maybe works a job, contributes to the economy, raises their family. Like not everybody has to do each of those things, but like those are the sorts of things that we're concerned with people doing when we look at programs that are meant to give people social mobility. Where do you live in the country?
I'm a hop, skip, and a jump away from you, buddy.
Well, I'm just checking if you like if this is close to home for you. So like what's a hop, skip, and a jump? That's far, right? Do you live in Minnesota?
I do.
Where in Minnesota?
Very close to the Twin Cities.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I live like in Minneapolis proper. I live just south of downtown.
I bet you're about 20 minutes from me.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, we both live very close to, well, I live in like the highest like Somali population on the planet other than Somalia. You live near it. What problem do you think these people present to society?
Economic one.
How?
Because they receive more money than like they put in.
So that particular statistic, and I'm going to let crowletariat take it in a second here, but I'll just say that like SNAP benefit program is one of those programs that's so amazingly successful due to how little overhead there is for it. When I say there's very little overhead, like we're providing food for people without having to move any food, without having to store any food, without having to refrigerate any food, without having to drive any trucks. We just do it through the mail with a SNAP benefits card that the government like puts money on digitally. So in terms of the amount it costs to run the program, like for every, like we can look at a charitable program or a welfare program and say for every dollar of actual aid, like for every dollar of food that you put into an African child's mouth when you send money to some charity that's going to go feed kids in Africa, like something like 70 or 80% of that dollar gets spent on like office space and flights and like, you know, just like all this other stuff that comes with running a charity. Very few of it actually gets spent on feeding hungry kids. But something like the SNAP benefit program, because it's basically just done through the mail, there's very little labor and overhead required to actually accomplish the program. We have an amazing return rate in terms of the benefit to the economy, and it's a little difficult to measure because you have to assess how people perform in the economy after receiving SNAP benefits. But something like every dollar spent on SNAP benefits returns $1.50 back into the economy through the benefit it offers those people and the fact that they're able to live better lives and get out of poverty and have better social mobility. So when you say that we're spending the most on Somali immigrants through SNAP benefits, or we're spending too much, what I say is, oh no, we're investing in them on this amazing 1.5 times back ROI program that we have. That sounds like they're disproportionately beneficial to society compared to other people who benefit from these programs. Like that's the way that I would look at it.
There's also a fixed time limit on that group.
But is it not true? Like these welfare programs, they're put in place to like pick people up out of hard times. And I don't have the exact like source on hand.
Here, imagine we had an island. Imagine we had an island where like 100 people were living on the island. We were in a plane crash or something. This is the show Lost, except with fewer ghosts and demons. We're just trying to survive on the island, right? And we've got some very talented fishermen who have a big pile of fish, right? They have such a big pile of fish, they're never going to be able to eat all the fish. The 10 people who are the best at fishing are able to fish so effectively that they get enough fish for just about everybody else. Some people can fish on their own and get the dinner they need, but like the bottom 10 or 20% of people aren't very good at fishing at all. Maybe they don't have any fishing gear. They're just fucking bad at it. They can never keep the thing hooked. It's pretty reasonable if we're on a desert island trying to work together to make this community thrive to say that we should take some of the fish from the people who have too many and just give it to the people who don't have any. So maybe they don't have to worry about fishing so much. Maybe they can build shelters or filter water or whatever the fuck they're trying to do, right? Does that like setup make sense?
I guess, but I don't know. I'd like to kind of finish where I was going with that last point.
Well, what I want to add to that is if a boat of 10 more people show up and they're all bad at fishing, does that mean that it's necessarily bad to give them fish and it's not going to make them more productive at the things they are good at?
No, but I don't think it's good for like to not make them provide value at some point.
Right, but what we've learned is that
that's why I needed to add the time limit requirement. So anybody under refugee asylee, humanitarian crisis entry, any of those people, those are pre-approved. Hey, we recognize you're getting out of the shit. Those are all fixed time limits. We actually have an entire separate team in HHS that handles them, the refugee program and the asylee program recipients. Unlike anybody else who can, as long as they meet work requirements, blah, 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 can be on SNAP indefinitely, somebody under humanitarian parole, asylee, or refugee has a 6-month cap. It's literally, we give you 6 months in the door just to get on your feet, and then you have to figure it the fuck out, because past that 6 months, you enter what's called the 5-year bar. The 5-year bar states you're not a benefit eligible for 5 years after you're documented. We give them 6 months to figure it out, where we're like, welcome, we understand you were in hard times. You have 6 months to figure it out before they are now subject to the 5-year bar.
Figure out what exactly?
How to feed yourself.
Standing on their own, getting jobs, all that kind of stuff.
So why do they remain on welfare like much
they would
longer than like other groups?
They get automatically cut off at 6 months.
I mean, the statistic about 70% of households receiving benefits of some time is also going to include Somali Americans who aren't immigrants, because lots of Somali Americans were born here. They are just still Somali Americans in the same way. Yeah. In the same way that African Americans, might be generations removed from their time in Africa, but they're still African Americans ethnically speaking. So the statistic includes those people as well, who would just blend into the general background of American citizens benefiting from these programs. But like with the shipwreck analogy, it's that like if we have 10 more people show up, we can say, oh, look, what kind of work can they do? Maybe we give these people fish every day for 6 months, and we see what kind of shelters they build. We see how much water they're able to filter. We see how many coconuts they're able to gather. Whatever the fuck analogy you want to use. Because the whole point is that the country is the island in this analogy. And it just isn't reasonable to let 10 people starve on your island where there's 100 people willing to work hard to make the island better.
I'm not even saying I don't believe you about like the whole 6 month thing. I've never seen it. Is there any way you could like
you can quite literally look it up under USDA Department of Health and Human Services policy? It would be the refugee eligibility program for SNAP and TANF. What Oscar didn't tell you, and the reason he brought me up, is because this is actually my day job. I work for Department of Health and Human Services as a social programs coordinator for SNAP, for TANF, for Medicaid and Medicare, and for HUD. So it's my job to know these policies.
Where could I find that one more time?
USDA and the Department of Health and Human Services both have those policies listed. You'd be looking at the refugee eligibility requirements for SNAP, for TANF, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to go actually take a look at that. And
if you're watching this on YouTube, you may have just heard a couple of sections muted due to copyright. I forgive Crow for that, but YouTube might flag that for copyright. He was just clarifying the source for the caller.
No, I'm gonna go take a peek at that. And,
I forgot all about that. I had Iron Sheik playing. My bad.
All good. I'll figure it out.
And if I have any rebukes, I'll call again.
Yeah, I mean, I think before you go, the thing I'll just leave you with is that like a lot of people point to those statistics and say like, oh, 70% of Somali Americans. Do you know what percentage of like white citizen Americans use some sort of government program at some point in their life? I don't, but I know it's a lot.
I don't either.
Right. So like what you're talking about Somalis without comparing them to anybody else. You see the problem with that?
Not really.
Also, before you go, I do also want to make a clarifying point on SNAP as a program, because this doesn't get discussed enough. SNAP overall, because like Oscar talked about, $1 turns into $1.50. The why is also very important. SNAP as a program overall has a downward pressure on food pricing, right? Because when you look at a place, let's take my city. I'm very open about where I live, just like Oscar is. I'm in Allentown, Pennsylvania. A large part of my city is served by mom and pop shops, bodegas, corner stores, etc. Those stores rely on SNAP for 40 to 60% of their income every month, which means that SNAP benefits people that aren't on SNAP. So like if they stop being able to take SNAP tomorrow for whatever reason, or SNAP went away tomorrow, they would lose 40 to 60% of their profits, which would cause one of two things. Either they would be forced to raise prices, which impacts me, somebody not on SNAP, or they would close up entirely, which would also impact my access to food. So like we have a corollary benefit for people being on SNAP that if impacts people not on SNAP.
Roger.
I asked a question a second ago, and you answered it not really, and it kind of got brushed away, but I really just need to clarify your thinking on this, because you brought me a statistic about how likely Somali Americans are to use benefits, and I pointed out that it's an enormous percentage of like native-born white citizens that also use benefits. I have used benefits at some point in my life. I had unemployment like when COVID hit, and I like couldn't work. I was on welfare because I got unemployment for a few months, like during lockdown. So like I would count towards that statistic. If you don't know what that statistic is for non-Somali Americans, why do you care what it is for Somali Americans? How are you able to value that number without the comparison? And I asked you if you see the problem there, and you said not really. So I'd like you to clarify.
I don't think they do a necessarily good job at like assimilating into Western culture.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with SNAP benefits at all. You just don't like them.
I don't like people. I use them as an example in my community. I don't like people.
What does assimilation mean to you?
Just kind of like flowing into the way we do things, man.
It's like a little vague. I think that assimilation can manifest in two ways. One of them is important for everybody who moves to this country to do, and the other's not so important. Obviously, somebody who moves here needs to assimilate to get up to speed on our laws. You need to learn that like it's not okay to do this or that, like there are certain things where somebody might go do something and it's like, hey, you're not allowed to do that here. We don't do that. We have a that's a misdemeanor. You can get a ticket for doing that. Don't pee over there. Whatever fucking thing it is. And that's important. It's important that we get up to speed. And I would actually just like to point out that if people like yourself weren't so averse to having polite conversations with people who didn't look like you, it'd be a lot easier for people to assimilate in that way if we were just a little nicer. That would help out with that. But there's a bunch of ways in which I don't think it's important for a person to assimilate. And those are ways in which that somebody might differ from the culture that they're coming from in a way that doesn't negatively affect our society in any tangible way, in consideration of our normal considerations for the way that a person gets to conduct their lives without consideration for other people, so long as we don't affect other people's rights. So, for example, the language they speak at the dinner table, the food they cook, the way they dress, those sorts of things. I don't think it's important for people to assimilate when it comes to that sort of thing. They can if they want to. If they want to get real excited about American culture and dress, in American clothes and listen to American music and whatever, that's great. Like, people can make whatever decisions they want. So when you say that your concern is they're assimilating, do you agree with my perspective on assimilation, that they should learn the laws and maybe some of the social norms about how we conduct ourselves, but generally for the most part people can just behave in the way that they want?
Of course.
Do you think that your perspective on them is helpful in achieving that for them, or do you think that people thinking about them and speaking about them in the way that you do is probably not so helpful to accomplishing that?
Just my opinion, man.
That wasn't an answer to my question.
No, it just wasn't an answer that you liked.
Well, no, I asked you if you think that your approach to this is one that is going to help immigrants to be more successful in the way that I agree with you. Assimilation is important. And then you said it's just your opinion. I'm asking if your opinion has led you to behave in a way that's likely for you to get the outcome you want, which is for immigrants to assimilate in that way.
I'm nice to everybody, dude.
That wasn't my question. I'm asking if you're behaving in a way that is geared towards making sure that people who become a member of what I can call our community, because you said you're something of a neighbor of mine, do you think you're behaving in a way that makes it more likely for people to be able to assimilate in that way? And you're kind of dodging the question. Third time's the charm. What is the answer to that question?
I could see how you would think no. It doesn't really matter, bro.
It matters greatly. It's what you called in to talk about.
You can't. If you can't speak with them, like, they don't speak English, buddy.
May I on this one?
I'm sorry. Do you think it's not racist to say they don't speak English about a group of people who I've definitely met a bunch of who do speak English? them speaking English is actually one of the ways in which it's really helpful for a person to assimilate. And I think that like, I take a lot of Ubers these days because it's one of the ways that I've been able to like lifestyle inflate. Oh, he ran. So, I take a lot of Ubers, and it is often a Somali Uber driver that I get. And so many of them want to talk. They want to chit chat. And oftentimes they're really fucking bad at speaking English. So I have to go into like teacher mode and be really polite with them and be like, and say like, oh,
I don't
what,
even do that, Oscar.
What?
I don't even do that. Like if you look at the demographic makeup of Allentown, 54% of the city is Hispanic.
Well, hold on, wait, before you go, let me just say is like, because what I'm getting at is that when I very politely agonize through a difficult conversation with somebody who doesn't speak very good English because they're an Uber driver and I can see that they're just trying to practice, I'm helping them assimilate by giving them casual practice with their English skills. And something tells me that caller is not as nice to that Uber driver as I am and isn't going to help that Uber driver assimilate in the way that I like to see that as an opportunity to. In fact, there's an Uber driver who keeps picking me up at my girlfriend's house at like 9 a.m. before the show. And we're becoming buddies, even though his English is shitty, because he knows, oh, I got the nice white guy who's going to help me. We're going to talk about our day, like I look forward to seeing that guy. I don't think that the caller who just ran away from my show and from my questions is friendly with such a person when he encounters him.
The point I was getting to is also like you live in a multicultural city, you just learn to exist as a second language. Like there are barbers that I've gone to where our entire communication has been pictures, gestures, and Venmos, right? I learned to say the phrase "dos pan de agua, por favor," just because my favorite fucking bakery in Allentown, La Luna, shout out La Luna, big ups La Luna. If people look in general chat, you're going to see bread on my desk. That's from La Luna. I love them very much. I learned to say that phrase so that I could get my favorite bread that I like, because that's what like pluralism and multiculturalism is. It's different groups of people learning how to operate together. Like Allentown is 54% Hispanic, so it's just like you learn bits and pieces of Spanish growing up in that kind of community.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Also, the irony is not lost on me that my name is Crow and I'm obsessed with bread.
I appreciate you very much, Crow. You want to stay up for one more? We got 22 minutes left.
I'll stay up. I'm bouncing back and forth between the two things I'm doing anyway at this point. Like I'm split focused.
You're just so at the ready with so much in-depth expertise. I gotta appreciate having you up. But man, what a runner that guy was. The silence said everything when I asked him those questions. Tavi, thank you for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Welfare was reformed in the 1950s to address poverty in the U.S. It disproportionately favored white Americans. Minorities and immigrants were rarely approved. When should the handouts end? Yeah. I don't think that guy liked the fact that I could detect that he was being kind of racist. Chris, thank you for the $23 on Venmo. Chris sent $23 to say, DL Healy, a friend of Don Lemon, has been reposting your post of the racist female, and it has been spreading. Oh, I'll have to check that one out. Jessie's not in the room, so I'll write it down myself. Because those videos are cruising. People don't like her. Yeah, I'll check that out though. It's cool. Like seeing like big people repost your stuff is fucking fun. Thank you, Ethan, for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Embarrassingly, I've met more immigrants who speak better English than I do than those who don't. Yeah, well, especially because sometimes they learn their English formally, so they actually like have some better rules for formal speech that maybe somebody who grew up learning how to speak at the corner bar might have. So, some of us don't word so good. We're going to talk to jbmacmetrics. I've definitely spoken to him before, but I cannot remember which caller he is. Hello, how old are you?
Hey, Oscar. Good to see you again. I'm 36.
All right. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yep, I'm JB, Trump supporter, conservative, heterosexual, capitalist, pro-life, pro-gun, pro-border, free speech, anti-socialist, and the sexiest man in political debate. I just want everybody to remember one thing. It's not about how many times you get diarrhea.
Turn on your camera if you want to stay on the show.
It's not about how many times you get diarrhea.
Turn on your camera if you want to stand. Excuse me, sir. I'm going to talk over you until you comply.
It's about making sure your neighbor has just as much.
Okay, why do you think that heterosexual was important to put on that list?
It's very important.
Why?
The propagation of our species is very important. Go ahead.
Do you think that our species is not likely to propagate if there are some homosexuals in the population?
Do you think it's not likely to propagate? No, we're going to propagate, but not.
Okay, so that's
fine. Are we
fine.
propagating at a fast enough rate now?
The human species, yeah.
How about here in America?
Birth rate's declining here.
So that's problematic for your argument, right?
It's in favor of my argument that we should let the illegal immigrants stay, for the most part.
Okay, that's quite the goal shift.
No, it's my answer to the fact that the birth rate's declining, which is the case in like every prosperous country the world over.
Okay, so let's agree to 3 rules here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't necessarily come here to have a propagation debate. I'd like to talk about politics and socialism and things like that. Really, things that are.
I'm not interested in a person's views on socialism or government policies if they're a homophobe, and I think you are a homophobe. I think that's like that's like a first grade level political position. So if you want to talk about a high school level political position, like one about socialism, we can make sure that you're not a dumb fuck homophobe to start with.
Since when is saying that you're a heterosexual like breaking news or hateful or homophobic?
We're investigating, but I suspect it came from hate because of the list of things that you put it on the list with.
Okay, so now that we're already arguing left versus right, how about 3 simple rules, okay?
I don't know. I'm probably not going to like your rules. Let's see.
Calling something free does not make the cost disappear.
Correct.
Making people more equal does not automatically make them better off.
Sure.
And somebody having more than you does not prove they caused you to have less.
Sure. Cool. Now, do you think that homosexuality is bad?
If I have diarrhea, moving my bathroom bill to you does not make it free, right?
I'm sorry. Yes or no? Do you think that homosexuality is bad?
Do whatever you guys want to do.
Okay. Then why do you put?
Who you
then why do you put? Then why do you put?
Sleep with in the bedroom is not my.
Then why did you put heterosexual on a list of political positions?
Quick summary of who I am.
Why is it important to this conversation that you're heterosexual?
Summarized.
Is my sexual preference important to you in a conversation about politics?
That's a good question. It depends, I guess, on what. If you have a mental illness, right? If you're part of the. Let me say this, and I'm sure I'm going to get a bunch of hate for this. And this was what was so entertaining about our last conversation. You may remember me now.
I don't. You dumb fucks are all the same.
I disagree with conservatives in this sense that I want trans women in sports.
We're not talking about trans issues. We're talking about sexual orientation.
Aren't we?
No, we're talking about sexual orientation.
Oh, and you can see how those are like apples and oranges, huh?
Yeah, I think that they are apples and oranges.
Are you sure it's not just like a Fuji apple and like a pink lady apple?
No, I think that who you want to have sex with is very different a question than what your own gender identity is. And I'm not talking to you about trans rights. Like, so remember when I said that like not being a dumb fuck homophobe is like first grade type shit, and then like caring about socialism is like a high school level thing? I need you to pass first grade before we get to high school, and trans rights might be middle school. So like we're gonna stick on homosexuality for right now, and I'm not gonna let you out of it. Yes or no? Is it okay for a person?
I guess you think that homosexuals are being treated unfairly. I'm trying to cure diarrhea here. And you're trying to make sure.
You keep saying diarrhea. I don't know why you brought up trans rights when we were talking about homosexuality. You're not making very much sense to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to cure the diarrhea problem. And you're trying to make sure everybody has the same amount of diarrhea.
When you say cure the diarrhea problem, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. My diarrhea medicine doesn't become free. You just mailed the bill to somebody else.
Dude, I don't care how many times you practiced this in the mirror this morning. It's not making sense to me.
Okay, let me explain here. And let's come back to our 3 rules.
No, we're going to go back to what you pivoted away from to get to the 3 rules about homosexuality. I thought it was interesting that you included that you're a heterosexual in a list of your political convictions. You said that propagating is important. I asked you a question that you said was an interesting question. I said, does my gender identity matter? You brought it to gender identity. I said, does it matter if I'm a homosexuality? You said that it's an interesting question and that it depends. And you said if I have a mental illness, and that got you to trans rights. I think what you were saying is that trans people are mentally ill. But again, that's a little bit higher pay grade than just not being a dumb fuck homophobe. So I want to make sure you're not a dumb fuck homophobe first. So once again, does my sexual preference matter in a conversation about politics?
No, but does my diarrhea matter?
Why do you keep talking about your diarrhea?
Well, I'm trying to paint an analogy, a vivid one.
I'm just not understanding. What do you mean? I sympathize if you have diarrhea. I have an irritable bowel sometimes. That's unfortunate. Why are you asking me this?
Because the Democrat Socialists' answer is diarrhea, and I'm trying to cure the diarrhea problem.
I think you're making a big leap, and you've left behind, once again, the topic of homosexuality and why it is relevant to this conversation.
It's relevant because you've chosen to hang up on it because you don't want to have the Democrat Socialist debate.
You
and why
offered your
socialism is better.
heterosexuality as relevant to this conversation by listing it as a qualification about yourself when you listed a whole big
what
mess
else
of
did I list? What else?
a
did
whole
I
bunch
list,
of shit
Oscar?
that you gave me a menu, and I picked the fact that you said that you're a heterosexual, and I'm trying to figure out why you said that.
Can you name one other thing, or did you hear heterosexual and got triggered?
I heard a whole bunch of things. You said you were anti-socialist. You said you like capitalism, but I zoomed in on the heterosexual thing, and it's my show. And you know, when you give me 15 different things to pick, and I pick one of them, I can't let it go because the show is shitty if I let it go. If you just ping pong around whack-a-mole between all these different fucking talking points, it makes a show that's hard to follow. It's like diarrhea coming out of your mouth.
No, I've been very
so
consistent.
so I'm trying to keep the diarrhea under control, and we're gonna keep it to the diarrhea that you have to say about sexual preferences.
We're working towards the same thing now. We're working toward the same thing. We both want to stop the diarrhea.
Is it or is it not relevant to a conversation about politics what my sexual orientation is, my preference for who I have sex? Okay, then why did you bring yours up when you called in?
Okay, because I made the list. It's my list. I can put whatever I want on that list.
Right, and I'm asking you why you put that on the list.
And because I did. I chose to. And that's my preference. It's a free country.
So you don't understand why you do things? You lack introspection?
Well, would you prefer that I lie and say that I'm a homosexual?
It's not that I want you to lie. It's that you said that you don't know why you offer that information about yourself, and I'm trying to help. Maybe we can work together to come to an understanding about why you felt that was important to bring.
You said I gave you a menu. I think that there's it's something that describes me trying to get a summary of my beliefs, and that's one of them. So can we move on from that, or do you still want to spend another 10 minutes?
Hold on.
Talking about
you said your beliefs. That's what I'm confused about. You gave me a list of your beliefs, but you listed that you were a heterosexual. I don't think that's a belief. That's a sexual orientation. That works in a very different way than a belief.
I think that there's a universe where he could not be heterosexual because belief would imply he could believe something else.
You talking about me?
Holy shit.
No, him.
Sorry, Crow.
His heterosexuality as a belief, that would directly imply that he believes he could be into dudes tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand, is why he listed that as a belief.
Okay, well, are you born gay, or is it a choice?
You're born the way you are?
No, it's a choice.
Could you choose to be gay just for like 5 seconds to prove to me that it's a choice? Just be gay right now?
Sure, now I'm gay.
Can you, if it's a choice, can you explain the longitudinal study we have called the Big Brother effect, which says that the more sons a woman has, the more likely the younger one will be to be gay due to protein reception in utero?
No, I'm not a doctor.
Hold on.
So you're saying you believe it even though I've brought science, so you now have to disprove the science.
Technically, the way I got to jump in with something here, which is actually
go ahead and send me that study, and I'll look at it. Go ahead, Oscar.
Yeah. No, you said I offered for you to turn yourself gay for 5 seconds, just as a little experiment, and you said that it worked. You were gay for 5 seconds.
Heterosexual.
Okay, so I don't define heterosexuality in a way that includes you anymore, because if you're sometimes gay, I use the label heteroflexible, which is actually the label I use for myself because I've done some gay shit in my life. Sounds like you have too, because you were gay for 5 seconds. So I don't think that you should call yourself a heterosexual anymore.
No, definitely heterosexual, but played your game. It was fun.
But I don't define heterosexual as in a way that would include somebody who has been gay for some period of time in their life.
Are you ready to move on from this gay debate?
No.
How about we talk about socialism and how the Democrats?
No, we're going to stay on this. So I don't. If it worked, if you were able to be gay for 5 seconds, I just think that makes you not a heterosexual. Heterosexuals really have a hard time being gay.
Yeah,
it's very difficult for them. Doesn't seem it was very difficult for you at all.
No, it was easy to make a choice, and then it was easy.
It was
to make
easy.
A choice
Wait, I want you to speak in full sentences.
It was very easy to revert back.
Yeah. I want you to speak in full sentences, so all the people who just joined know what's going on. I want you to say out loud that it was very easy to be gay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want you to say that clearly.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that again for you. I did it once.
Oh, what?
But,
no,
that's enough.
so you're afraid of the little corner I've trapped you in by you falling for the trap
No.
I laid by asking you to be gay for
and
5
you're
seconds
afraid
to
of
prove that
moving
you
on
could
from this
choose?
topic.
No, I think I'm having a perfectly good time staying on this topic. I think it's just so fun in this little area I've created.
I think you just like talking about gay stuff.
With people like you, it's pretty fun, yeah.
Yeah. Don't want to talk about
the
diarrhea.
community accepts you. It's okay. It's okay that you're
the
not.
diarrhea that is socialism.
But don't you think that, like, here, for example, do you think I'm a heterosexual?
Probably.
Okay, how about I want you to figure out if I'm a heterosexual. Can you ask some questions about my sexual history?
No, I'm not particularly concerned about your sexual history.
Okay, then get off my show. Hit the button. Goodbye.
So you don't want to talk about Democrat
You came to my
socialism?
show and you said that one of your beliefs is that you're heterosexual, and I found that very interesting, and I find it very problematic the way that you've talked about it. So yeah, I'm being a little silly and disingenuous with the approach, but I am going to insist that we stay on this topic because I'm trying to understand. I said, if being gay is a choice, can you choose to be gay for a moment? And you said yes. You said that you succeeded and that you were gay for a few minutes or a few seconds or whatever. And I think that if you were able to do that, that means that you're not a heterosexual. So I'd like to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I've already made it clear. This is why you're focusing on this so much. You like to think you got me in a little gotcha or that this is good for your clips. But in fact, you just don't want to have the real substantive debate. You know, you'd rather just have entertainment.
4 hours a day, you know where to find me.
and-
You've talked before. You can call in a different day. We can talk about one of those different issues that I talk about with people all day long, every day, that people know I'm not afraid of. But I do a thing where I pick a thing when people give me a list, and I picked your sexual orientation, which you wanted to conflate with gender later, which for some reason. But once again, I'm just very confused about why you consider yourself a homosexual if you had such an easy time turning yourself gay for the sake of an argument.
So you don't choose diarrhea, right? You choose whether you shit in the living room. I didn't choose the feeling. Does not mean every behavior that follows is involuntary.
Oh, so you think that doing gay things is bad, but not being gay?
Well, isn't the doing the gay thing what makes you gay?
No, it's having the
So
desire.
if all I did was say that I'm gay and I've never engaged in gay behavior, does that really mean that I'm gay?
Were you straight before you'd ever touched a
think about
woman?
that for a second.
I'm
Right, so
thinking
you
about it
don't
right
choose
now.
what your body throws at you, like diarrhea.
Answer my question.
You choose what to
answer
do
my
with it.
question. I asked a question that you're running from. Before you ever touched a woman, were you straight before that?
I guess it was to be determined, wasn't it?
Okay, so if you define it that way, you define it in a very different way than I do. I think that a person who lusts after men, if they're a man, is a gay person, even if they're never successful. Like, I can picture a very gay person who's never had sex.
Okay.
Because they're really interested in men sexually, even if they've never succeeded at acting on it. Why wouldn't you define a person like that as gay?
Yeah, because acting it out is probably the most important part of what makes you gay, right?
Okay, so
That's my
were you
belief. And so we
lying
have-
to me
we
a
have
moment ago when you
competing-
said that
we
you
have
made yourself
competing
gay for
beliefs.
5 seconds?
Right, so, and you don't choose diarrhea, you choose whether you
Why do you
trust
keep
the
saying
fart.
diarrhea? Like, what is the analogy? What is the diarrhea in this analogy?
He's a shill for big Imodium, Oscar.
I know.
Yeah, and you want my Imodium bill to go to everybody when I should probably just pay my Imodium bill, right?
I am not understanding what you're saying to me. We were talking about homosexuality.
Yeah. So you're not tracking?
No. What is diarrhea?
Hey, and
When
then
you keep
somebody
mentioning
else said-
diarrhea, what?
somebody else
Stop.
said
Look,
that, like-
eyes up here, buddy.
No,
I know
hang
it's
on.
hard.
Somebody-
I know
somebody
that
said-
gayness hasn't worn off yet. But eyes up here. Quit looking down there and
No,
tell me.
hang- Go ahead.
Tell me what the diarrhea represents in the analogy. You keep mentioning diarrhea. What is the diarrhea?
Yeah, so now I'll go ahead and change to the snap comment that was made earlier.
No, we're talking about
right? And talk
homosexuality.
about it
I'm
in
not
terms of
interested in
diarrhea.
discussing anything other than homosexuality with you. You keep bringing up
No.
diarrhea.
A claim was made on here. You said that Snap has a downward pressure on
I'm not
price.
talking about Snap. What is the diarrhea? When you bring up the diarrhea, what's the analogy? I'm not understanding.
The diarrhea. It's the problem, isn't it?
I'm asking in this conversation about our
do you like
sexualities.
diarrhea?
No.
Me neither.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you not tracking?
So diarrhea may explain why you urgently wanted to do something, right? Like run to the bathroom, but it does not erase the difference between urge and action.
So, but you said that you successfully turned yourself gay for 5 seconds to prove that it was a choice. So were you lying when you said that because you didn't do anything gay during those 5 seconds?
Yeah, definitely.
Why did you lie?
So that I could play your little game. We were doing like this hypothetical.
Why would I?
game.
No. Why should I continue having you on my show and talk about anything if you're willing to lie
Wait.
in these?
Are we? Go ahead.
No. New topic. Never mind all what we're talking about. You're a liar. Why should I talk to you at all? If you're just gonna make up the answers.
Well, have you ever lied?
Sure.
So are you a liar too?
I think that there's times where people can lie in self-defense, and I also think that a person like having at some point in their life lied doesn't make them a liar today. I don't think that's a fair thing to say. You lied a second ago in this conversation.
So the time relative to the present is
when I stole a cookie from the cookie jar when I was 6 and blamed my little sister on it. When I was 6 years old, last time I lied? I don't know. I lie something. The only times I lie on the show is sometimes I plant false information about myself. I'll like release a personal information type detail in conversation, but I'll get it wrong. I'll say like the wrong detail about the type of building that I live in, or the wrong detail about the type of gig I'm working that night, just to protect myself a little bit from all the people who send me death threats. I tell those sorts of lies on the show. My girlfriend Katie, her name is not actually Katie. There's a lie. I tell that lie all the time.
So is that like typical behavior of that we want to see?
Self-defense. Let me know in the chat if you think my examples of when I lie on the show are like a problem for my authenticity and for like
so
your
we've
belief
established
that I'm
that it's good to lie.
In self-defense, sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
Not across the board. I don't think that we've established that it was good for you to lie in the way that you did just a moment ago, which is what I'm asking you about.
So you didn't like the way that I lied?
I gave justifications for some of the ways that I'm dishonest on the show. Why were you dishonest on the show just a second ago? Why was that justifiable? And why should I continue a conversation with somebody who's willing to lie in that way?
I was defending my position on this lie.
So you have to lie to defend your positions on my show. That's why I don't lie to defend my positions on the show. That'd be fucking horrible.
No, to defend the position in this box, like the physical position inside that little box. So the only way to stay up here on this live, because you got the mute button, the kick button, and all these things when you don't like what somebody's saying.
I don't use the mute button on my show.
So to do the little dance, I said
I don't use the mute button on my show.
Okay, cool.
Just so you know.
So are we? Are you ready to move on quite yet, or are we going to talk about attraction and behavior?
No, because there's nothing for us to talk about other than the fact that you're willing to.
I didn't choose diarrhea.
Shut your fucking mouth and listen. There's nothing for me to talk to you about at all because you are willing to lie to defend your position. Why should I have a conversation about any position with a person who's willing to lie for no other reason than to defend their position disingenuously?
Well, in fact, I think it helped make my point, but. I don't see how this is good for you.
How what is good for me? Demonstrating that you called in willing to lie about your positions?
Demonstrating that you refuse to talk about anything else other than the fact that I chose to say that I'm a heterosexual. And
I think I will give myself a score out of 10. I'll give myself a score of 10 in picking the right things to talk about with you because I have learned that you're willing to lie to defend your positions. And on a debate show,
I'll give
there's no greater sin than that.
That like content, but I didn't choose to have diarrhea either, right? I get to choose though where I take a shit. An involuntary feeling doesn't automatically make every response involuntary.
Regardless of how disgusted I am by scat fetishes, I actually don't really find an ethical way to like take issue with them. So I do support you with your scat fetish. That's fine, but I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk about it on my show.
Talk about being homosexual?
No, talking about your scat fetish. Your obsession with feces and diarrhea.
I can't talk about one without talking about the other.
I think that you can.
It's
so
impossible.
when you think about gay sex, it's scat fetish sex that you're thinking about. I think that's a you problem.
No, it's a democratic socialist platform problem. That's the diarrhea.
Anything else before you go?
Yeah, just remember, guys.
How often do you have coprophiliacs on your live? Just
Every
just
day.
asking.
Every day. They're not always so vocal about it, but sorry, I'm just gonna. I'm usually not that good at timing the disconnect. I'm very happy with how that one went. Oh,
That one
that's
can't count, right? Because all we talked about was poop for 5 minutes.
yeah, I don't know. He's right though. He probably got me some good clips. I'm gonna send Raven after those. Thank you, Tavi, for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. I'm convinced the only people who bring up the birth rate know they have no redeeming qualities to pass down. Ooh, burn. Pepto donation fund from Elusive Viper for $2. Thank you very much for that. We're gonna need it after listening to that guy. Liaga sent $10 to say, please tell the caller to stop trying to paint with diarrhea. Gross. Yeah. Why? It for $2 said, bro is a shill for big Imodium. Yeah. He also doesn't know enough about homosexuals if he thinks that they're always having butt sex, which is, I think, the where he was going with that. But, you know, there's other ways to be gay than to do that. 709 sent what is that, $5 or so? I forget that currency conversion. The color suggests it's about $5. It was the Pride Parade 30th anniversary in DK today, and we spend the day celebrating love and showed support to the community. Hell yeah, dude. Appreciate you very much for mentioning that. Aptly timed. Tavi sent $2 to say, I wish collars would be original. So predictable. Indeed. And Chris... Did I thank Chris for the $23? I think I did. Yes, he was talking about DL Hewley, who apparently has been reposting my videos without credit. Gonna have to investigate that after the stream is over. Kronos sent $1 to say the gays will take him in provisionally. Your honorary member, Oscar. I don't know, man. I think I'm gay enough to do a little gatekeeping. I don't think we want him. Oh, maybe not though. Maybe we shouldn't gatekeep, but we shouldn't make fun of him for his scat fetish. Eugenio sent $25 on Buy Me a Coffee. Bold of you to assume collar has touched a woman. Anyway, thank you for all you do. I would bite someone if I had your job. Yeah. It's not for the impatient, the work that I do. It's definitely you definitely got to be some kind of broken inside to sit and deal with these assholes. Crowletariat, thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate you very much.
Yeah, it's not a problem. You will find this very funny. So, as I told you, I'm juggling this and the other show, and I may have yelled about coprophilia on my record auction. That's a thing that happened today.
Whoopsie daisy. Matt, why did you want to come up really quick?
Hey, Oscar, I just wanted to double check. You said you were coming to California. Are you going to be here on the 26th for the rally at the Capitol?
No. I've got a... There's a dentist who's going to finally fix my fucking broken tooth for free, and he lives in NorCal, so I'll be in the Sacramento area in the first week of September.
I live in Sac. Hit me up.
Yo, shoot me a DM. Let's get a beer.
Yep. I have. That's why I wanted to...
yeah.
That's what you're coming for.
Yeah, I haven't gone through them lately, but shoot me a message on Instagram, and I'll see it today, and we can maybe make some plans.
All right, you got it. Have a good rest of your day, Oscar. Appreciate you.
Later, Matt. Thanks again for hopping up, Crow. I'll let you down.
No worries.
Later. That's been the Oskar Quentin Show today. It's another one of those days, but something new about today. Something in the air. Something feels very different about the way that today's show went. Seriously, guys, thanks for all the donations. It's pretty incredible that Jessie and Raven get to work for the show, and that means I get to focus mostly on being here and engaging, because I could not do the show 4 hours a day without the help, and I couldn't have the help without you guys helping out. So, Tori, it's not Studio 2. It's Studio B. We should have called them Studio 1 and Studio A. That would have been the more fun gag. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time for the normal show, and then 7 p.m. Central Time for the members-only stream over on YouTube only, for the evening show, which is open to the public. I always mix this up. The 7 p.m. show is open to the public. It's just only on YouTube to get around the TikTok filter. And then the 9 p.m. show is members only, where we just hang out and I'm not in full streamer mode. Who are we going to raid? Who are we gonna raid? Nobody's on. Fuck it. Tell Parker I said hi. Go raid Parker. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, TikTok. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. Goodbye, TikTok, and goodbye, YouTube.